What's up, people? We are here. Make sure we've got enough volume on the microphone. I've had a bit of a change around with my audio settings, so hopefully everything's working. Make sure them fellas over there in Dixord, in the Skype. So welcome to the finale of our story. I'm going to give just a very quick overview of the entire story to date before we get from. So when we picked up on the story, we started with 5 heroes, or potential heroes. Hero with a raid. What's up, dude? We started with 5 potential heroes who up there. Who joined the Adventurers Guild, the Order of the Black Lion, in the realm of Paradym, in the capital city of Valonde. These 5 heroes, which were Hit, Maiden, we had Maris, former city guard, we had Alessandris, a changeling shapeshifter trying to hide from her past. We also had Gillian, young ranger, also trying to hide from his past, and Azalan, a former soldier, everyone sort of had something to hide, something not so much to hide, to run away from in retrospect, or wanting to get out and do something better. They had 3 trials to complete, which they did so, and during the course of those 3 trials, they uncovered a prophecy which spoke about the end of days in Paradym. Over the course of the following months, Gillian retreated and left the group and headed back to his hometown, sought out a town bully who had started causing major problems in his village, and eventually led to the death of his sister. So he returned home to seek his revenge in the village from this oppressor, which he was able to do so, and still living happily in this village as it is. He's has done well for himself over the last 12 or 18 months, and unfortunately isn't able to aid former companions in the defense of Valonde, but he's paramount in aiding defense of his area. Azalan also having to leave the guild and head off and do his own thing and deal with a group of bandits that had plagued him for a year or so prior to him joining the Lions. Headed out to deal with that, and eventually formed his own militia group, which ultimately had been recruited by Lord Corymn to aid Paradym in all manner of different places over the time. The group did catch up with Aslan at one point, in which case they met with his right-hand man, Bash, who hung out with him for a little bit, and has been around helping with the rise of Master Vampire that havoc across Paradym. This vampire was eventually destroyed with the aid of one of Hit's deities, giving him the means to destroy the soul of Kassak in the process. During this time, Hit and Ildri, Hit and Fiala had developed a budding relationship, which eventually led to the discovery with the group, discovering that Fiala was indeed Ildri, the champion of men, the White Drake, or the Silver White Drake that has been spoken about. And after a bit of time, already working with the party anyway, but she agreed as to eventually join them completely and help them bring about the end of Kosuss, her former love interest or partner. They were soulmates. Had him turning the way that he did, that connection by him following month. Leading up to that, we had the party had dealings with all manner of demons and other creatures across the realms, undead, zombies. I did say that at the start, Nutty. I was recapping. So with that, eventually, as you guys grew and worked together, Neymaris supposedly switching sides, or so they thought. Eventually finding out that she actually captured and had not switched sides, but had been tortured for months and months on in Cass's care. You eventually regained her, you regained your trust in her, discovering that Neymaris that you thought you killed was quite possibly a doppelganger, put in place to pull you. Another betrayal in amongst all this was Anari, supposedly a member of the Emerald Enclave, turning out to be an agent of Sagnon himself, and Asmodeus, who has seemed, as from what you found out, seems to have perpetrated this entire event, with his ultimate goal to merge Paradym into the Hells, making it hell. Since then, you found out members of the council, who they were, dealt with them swiftly. Also discovered potential rider, Thorfi, the Archmage, father to Neymaris, also went missing for a time. Upon returning, also turned out to not be quite what you thought, as being, again, for a second time after a meeting with Asmodeus, being the Hells where a time shift took place, sucked back into the Hells once again, this time to face pretty much yourselves in a battle where your opposites, some of which were people from your past, managed to defeat, taking a little bit of time. It wasn't an easy fight, but you managed them. Again, upon returning to the city of Valonde, finding out once again that a month had passed and you'd been dead. The guild, Order of the Black Lion, guild house being closed, your absence, seemingly shut down, no longer active. You're not sure why. Told this by Brett and Hart on. So ultimately, this is where we rejoin the Lions now, as you guys have just returned from this battle. You're battle worn, you're weary, you're exhausted. It is mid to late afternoon. You've just been surrounded by Valonde City Guard, and Breton has come forward and said, "You guys were gone for nearly a month. The blood moon is close. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. We're not sure. You need to get rest. You need to get yourselves out." The planks that were boarded up over the guild hall doors were removed by a couple of city guard. Were allowed to as you enter guild hall, you notice that notice board is gone. Tables that are still there, like most of the furniture is still there. Lionel's office is open, empty. Desk is there, but a few papers scattered around, but most of the official paperwork is not. The door where your former guild housecarl Seth come in and out of to serve you guys food and drink, open. There's cooker and everything in there is cold. There is a bit of dust around it. Like it's definitely been. So we now turn over to the Lions as you guys re-enter former guild house after this battle. You are tired and exhausted. Not sure what's happening. You know the blood moon's coming. You're not sure whether tonight or tomorrow. Chances are maybe tomorrow. You're not, but over to you guys now as you re-enter the house after from the Hells. Anybody at all?
I'm getting real annoyed with this hell shit. Time skipping and yeah.
Must have been to distract us from getting ready, I guess. Possibly.
Well, I think it's worked, don't you?
I'm not distracted. I'm just excited
Annoyed.
to be home again. Although it's not really home anymore because there's no bloody food.
I know, right?
I think we need to go to an inn to actually get a decent meal.
Hey,
Just
Het,
don't say that.
I've
Yeah.
got Het and Namaris got a great idea. Let's go pay a visit to the inn that we first plonked our butts in.
That's a good idea. On the
Sterling
way.
Hydra?
Yeah, I think that's the name. You have a good memory. Um,
Now, Namaris.
one bonus to this time weirdness, whiny thing. I guess my gemstone and my crossbow will be ready. I shall pick them up on the way there, maybe, hopefully, in a roundabout kind of way.
Yeah, why not?
So then we can have a look in the town and see what's changed exactly since we've been gone, because it looks like a lot's been happening.
It's been like a month, right?
Nearly. Or
About
thereabouts.
a month or so. Breton pretty much said that it'd be a month. Probably could be anywhere from long enough to you guys dead.
Well, hopefully they didn't get rid of my cool stuff I ordered. It should be sitting there for the next person to buy.
Yeah, not only that, you'd think by now they would realise that just because we disappear doesn't mean we're freaking dead.
That's true. We disappeared a few times now.
And that as well, yeah.
We're almost like the horses that we use.
Oh no, most of those have
Yep.
died, I think.
Okay, Hitch is walking out the door to go get his things.
No worries, guys.
Don't get lost in
carry
your
on.
head.
Are you all gonna travel together? So you're gonna go to the inn and stop by to pick these things up on the way?
Sounds like a plan.
It sounds like a good idea. Maybe. As long as there's no time travel involved, it'll be all good.
Never know. You never know. So with that, you turn and leave the former guild house. You close the door behind you. Head towards the inn, like as Namaris said, the very first inn that the original Lions first inhabited their first night here, and ultimately Ella did join you guys there a couple of times after you jaunt in Redfield. As you walk through the city, the one thing you do notice is through the centre of the city, there's not much in the way of defences, of course, but just people. People aren't milling around and not bustling like it normally. So you can tell people are prepared. One is getting ready for something. Know it's coming. You guys know what's happening. Everyone in the city obviously knows what's happening. As you get heading towards the Arcanus where up is, do notice probably hit data specifically. Others would follow eyeline as hit. See a shimmering starts above the Mage's Tower, spreads out across the entire city. It's just a real slight arcane shimmer. Both of you would know by this point, in the time you spent the arcane arts and nature magics you guys have dealt with, that obviously mages have created some form of help aid against the imperial attack of weapons that had it won't hold forever, but it'll help hold back some of the attacks, at least until hopefully the main purpose of this is dealt with. So here you walk into the Arcanus, and inside you probably maybe a little surprised, but maybe not. Corym is standing there talking to Steward that you guys that you have dealt with in the due course. It sounds like I'm cutting out on stream, guys. Just want to confirm. Make sure that I'm not cutting out too much. The audio sounds fine there. Okay, so it must be the person that missed. Anywho, so if I am cutting out, just let me know. So as you approach, Corym sort of turns and sort of a little bit of surprise in his eyes, but again, not really, because he's probably knows you guys better than anyone at this point, and says, there you are. Most people had thought you dead by now. I knew you'd turn up eventually. I believe this belongs to you, Het. And he walks over to you and presents you with the gem that you had asked for.
Excellent. Thank you. We are very hard to kill, you might have noticed.
Yes, well, that would be a good thing in the coming fight, I guess.
Het backs away and grabs Scully and starts slotting the gem. He's already used his mason's tools to create the shape in that, and then he's...
No worries. Definitely, you've done that over the course of when you ordered it. Easily enough done, and it slots in there just nicely. You've told the others what it does, I presume.
No, I
haven't. Okay.
think I did.
You guys see this?
Yeah,
you see that he basically slots a red gem into the eye socket of Scully, and seems quite content with that. And Corym says, "Well, I've been talking with the other mages here at the Arcanus, and it appears that you may get a night's rest after all. They do not think the blood moon will rise this evening. We're pretty certain it will be tomorrow. I will join you on the battlefield when the time comes. I will come and get you when we are ready, so I suggest you take the time tonight to rest, drink, if you will, enjoy your last night before whatever happens tomorrow. I will come and get you at dusk, and we will walk out together at the north gate and meet Kosuss head on. I wish you well." And with that, he bows to you all and heads out. Again, you notice he looks about the same as he did last time. Much more composed this time than the last couple of times you've dealt with him. Full leather battle armor, like he's prepared. And he definitely seems more confident than the last couple of times you saw him. With that, you leave the Arcanus and head towards the blacksmith, where you had ordered the commission of your crossbow. And as you approach, you'll hear the sounds of the blacksmith, the sound of hammer on steel, the sound of the bellows working at the forge, the smoke coming from the makeshift chimney at the top of the forge. As you approach, the dwarf, dirty face, and he sort of looking up as he sees you approaching, wipes his hand across his nose, sort of walks out and he goes, "Oh, hello! I wondered when you were going to pick this up." He actually brings it out to you. Everybody
Awesome.
was saying you were dead. Didn't they believe it though?
Not with these guys behind me. And I point to my crew. With them there, I will never, I don't think maybe it's a bit early, but I don't think we'll die.
I'm pretty sure you'll be okay. Seem like a pretty hearty bunch. Everybody's rooting for you. But here it is. It's your wee crossbow. I hope it serves you well.
Sweet. So I take it, and what you guys will see, it's just a little wooden hand crossbow, probably smaller than normal.
It's probably about half the size of a regular, like a regular hand crossbow. It's real small, real dinky looking thing, but it's well made. It's got brass. You can see it's got brass components on it. It's got a couple of small springs, and so it's quite. And he's carved it with a lion's head on the main body of it as well, just a small lion's head, stretching up the body of it.
Sweet. And he'd start strapping it onto his wrist guard where he asked for it to be mounted for the sling. And as he straps it there, he gets a coin out ready, and he says to Yildri, "This is pretty cool, eh?"
Yes.
He sort of shows it to the other guys. "Come on, this is the best thing I've had the idea for yet. I reckon I could market this."
Maybe.
What's it for?
It's a nice looking toy head.
Namaris, that is a good question. I will show you. And he has a copper coin in his hand. He draws it back, sits the coin in it, and then he points it at Yildri and goes, ping, and fires a copper coin so it hits her in the face. It doesn't hurt, but he goes, "That's the money shot right there. That's what I'm going to call this device, the money shot." And he loads another copper coin in and ping at Alessandro's.
Yildri's really thinking about polymorph right now.
This is the greatest weapon ever invented. Good for children's fun, you know?
I turn to Sadiq. Sadiq, you wouldn't happen to have a knife handy, just a small blade, by any chance, would you?
I pull out my dagger.
I grab the dagger, go over to the hat, and look at the crossbow, and go thump on the bowstring.
Make a dexterity save, Tech, to see if you can escape the bowstring from being cut.
I don't worry about it. I let him do it.
Okay, you let him do it.
And then I cast mending.
Of course you do.
And then I reload it with another copper piece and ping, and I fire it at him again. At her again.
At her, yes.
I handed the blade back to Sadiq.
Walking and talking, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
As you walk and head towards the Squirrel and Hydra, the very first inn that you visited all those years, almost 14 months ago in game, I believe, Marie. And bring up some files. I can't remember. It's been that long since you guys have been to this particular thing. I can't remember who runs it. Eraf Goslin, in owner. So as you move towards the Squirrel and Hydra, the very average inn in Valonde, you walk up to the main door, you walk in, and inside you spy a familiar sight. It's a very basic inn. 2 tables, but nothing too extravagant, but nothing too poor either. The menu looks pretty much the same. Braised partridge and garlic, dried grapes, stewed pork and millet bread, braised dragon and poached eggs, roast cod and dried beetroot. You know, they have other things, but it is pretty much the same. Very familiar. A very nice feeling to walk into a familiarity, especially with what is coming. Behind the counter, where the kegs of ale and kegs of mead are sitting up behind him, is the halfling, Eraf, polishing a cup, putting it up on the shelf, and he sort of turns as he hears the door, and you see this massive smile come over his face. He recognizes you all. It's been a while since you guys have seen him, but he recognizes you and he says, "Oh, hello! It's been a long time. What brings you back to my humble place?"
We're looking to stay the night here.
Oh, of course.
And food.
Of
definitely
course.
food.
Mead for my
Food
friend
especially.
Sadiq, and whiskey for everyone else, and water for Alessandris because she can't hold her liquor.
This is true.
Yeah, that's never gonna change.
And never forget. Raw meat for Mr. Het, and cooked meat and vegetables and mushrooms for Nemaris, and the finest rooms that we have, and it's all on the house. I would not charge the heroes of this great land, and it is great. Please take a seat anywhere you like, and as you move around the room and sit down at a very familiar table right in the center of this inn, over by the fireplace is a elven woman. The same elven woman that you played flute with so long ago. She is playing her flute still. She acknowledges you all as you walk in, gives you a polite nod as she's playing.
Does she have a flute case or a hat on the ground or something?
She does have it's like a plate, like a wooden bowl.
Oh, sweet. I'm going to attempt to fire the money shot. I'm going to load a copper coin into the money shot and attempt to fire up so it lands into the little plate.
Make a dexterity check. See how dexterous is it aiming and fire. I mean, the crossbow probably have the range. Will come down to how good his aim is.
Okie dokie.
So a 6. So it's not very good, this first shot. It fires, it arcs nicely, but it misses by about a foot. A little short. And it goes tink, 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 and it hits the edge of the thing and rolls off to one side. You see her sort of look up as she's playing and gives a little bit of a confused look as she's playing. Doesn't miss a note though. She's still playing a nice soft melody. It's a nice quiet afternoon here at the inn, so it's starting to head in towards evening.
You should really try and make it rain down coins. It might be better.
Oh.
That shot was just terrible.
Oh, I'm not I am not an expert like you or Sadiq or Namaris. I'm just learning. I'll get it down eventually.
You make another shot.
Yes, I do.
Another dex check, please.
This time.
As he fires the shot, I throw a handful of coins in the air.
I was just about to druid craft a shower around her. Of course. So
You
I
can
would
do that
do
as
that
well.
at the same time.
You can do that at the same time, definitely.
And I was going to press the digitation, some sparks as the coin came down, so it's all going crazy.
It's all
here.
going on, right? So, make your dex check. It's a 10.
That's a 10.
Yeah, it hits the edge of the it arcs as you arc up. Alessandros fires up a handful of coins in the air. Doesn't manage to hit your coin out of the air, luckily. And Ildri druid crafts a shower of coins over, falling down over the flautist, and you press the digitation at the same time, causing sparks to fly, and this rain of coins fall down on the ground and across the floor. Your one does make it into the bowl though. It does hit the side and sort of spin around the outside a couple of times and then clinks into the bowl. See a young elven boy shoot out from behind this woman, scoop up all the other coins that were thrown on the ground and put them into the bowl and then scoop back down, sit next. Does look very much like her, in fact. You're not sure how old he is, but he definitely looks to be more than likely her son.
Yeah.
I look at Het and I'm like...
Yeah, you weren't speaking Elvish or some other language, were you?
Did you? Didn't you?
Oh, sorry, Yildri, sorry.
It goes
I
over
look at
Head's
Ellie and
head.
I'm like, I reckon.
It goes over Head's head. Head looks at Ellie and Namaris and goes, "What? No, that's the money shot." And he holds up his bow that he just fires. And I got it in, see?
Yep, I'm sure you did that.
I tip Ellie a wink. I'm sure he did.
Then Head
After
looks
a
over,
bit,
Head
after a
looks over
bit,
to Yildri and says, "Which one of you threw all those coins? I pick it wasn't you." Because he knows Yildri loves money.
So you have to mark off some coinage there, Alessandros. Not sure how much you threw, but you'll have to mark it
Wait.
off.
Allie, did you throw real coins? Whose coins?
My coins.
Okay.
I took a couple out your pocket, but gave them to her. Just kidding.
Oh yeah, Yildri, I owe you this too. And he gives her 2 bags of money from his side pouch. These are yours.
Thank you.
There's like 400 gold assorted in those 2 pouches, maybe even 4 pouches, to be honest.
Yeah.
I borrowed some money and it was left over.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Sweet.
Thank you. Yeah.
So
you
Passes away.
add 400 coins to your purse and I'll take it out of mine.
400 gold to yours. So after about 20 minutes or so, Iref and a couple of other servants return with a full spread of food and drink, pitchers of mead for Sadiq, large 2 or 3 bottles of whiskey for the rest of you, and a large pitcher of water for Alessandros, range of meats, raw and cooked, range of vegetables, a very fine spread indeed. And he, as he sort of sets it out, and before he heads back to the bar, he grabs a bottle and taps it with a steel fork, and ting, 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 ting. There's a few people in the bar, nothing over the top, but just a few people milling around, but enough for it. Says, "Got everyone's attention, please. Make sure that you pay your homage to the Lions of Valonde. These are the heroes of the day. They're here to save us all. And they came to my place first, just so you know." And people sort of some are half by clapping, some really don't give a shit. They're sort of just eating their meals. It's a little awkward, a little bit. But you can see he's just pleased to have you guys back in his place. And he gives you guys a bit of a wink and that as he heads back to the bar to do his whatever he's doing. So, is there anything you guys wish to discuss over dinner before you guys head into evening and rest?
Yeah. Sadiq, Namaris, the 2 of you, I want your ideas on strategy for this battle.
Kill Kosuss.
So we all aim for Kosuss no matter what's going on around us. That's the plan?
I
Sounds
think
like
that's
the plan.
probably our best choice.
But
Okay.
need you to stay out of the way a little bit because we don't want you to get squashed.
Protect Yildri at all cost. No? Okay.
I would like to protect Hit, actually. Well, all of you. But
So, is Ali gonna be riding on you in dragon form, Ildri?
Ali, is that something you still wanted to do?
If it helps take out a supposed dragon rider, then yes.
Any ideas on who it is, do you think?
Thoughtful, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, the demon that was pretending to be Thorfi.
Yeah.
This is the thing. I feel like if it was my army, and Yildri, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're going to face the rider first. I mean, yes, they'll be together. He'll be riding the dragon, but I feel like we will have to face him separately from Kosuss when it comes down to it.
Do you guys want me to kind of fly low to you get a shot at him? Because I don't know how.
That would be. I'm looking at Sadiq now, going. If he flies too high, you and I aren't gonna have much of a chance at hitting him.
Yeah, we kind of need him to be on the ground. Or on the ground. Probably.
As close to the ground as
Probably-
under the
Yeah,
ground.
probably
would
on
be
the
great, but-
ground.
If
Yeah.
it comes
Yeah.
to that, I have an idea, but it's a risky one.
Well, you're going to find a trap with your face again.
Now I'm going to use the rod of whatever it's bloody called.
Immovable
And
rod.
well, he kind of needs to be stationary in the first place for you to put the immovable rod.
That's
on
it.
him.
Okay, so the idea is, while flying, activate the rod without me holding on, like activate it and just let it go. But this is where it gets tricky. We need to do crossing paths type thing, so other person doesn't see what I
So
do.
you want to clothesline the guy with an immovable rod.
Pretty much.
Could work.
Or the dragon. It doesn't matter either.
Well, hopefully, look, it does come down to if it's an air battle with Kosuss, we can't really do the damage that we'll need to do to try to put him down quick enough to stop the whole thing. Yeah, I don't know.
How are
But-
you with a crossbow, Sadiq?
I'm better with a
don't think
bow.
I'm- Yeah, okay. Because I'm not that flash, but I do have a longbow in my pack.
I guess at the end of the day, we want to coax him to the ground as best we can. Not all of us are going to have the advantage of flight like Yildri and Ali will. Is there something in your bag of tricks that could probably, I don't know, bring him out of the sky? Even the rider?
Can you reverse gravity in the opposite direction to make it actually
I was
force him
thinking
down?
that. Or I was
Yeah.
thinking of reverse gravitating you guys to lift you up either way, but
We had not much control last time, Yildri. That was quite odd.
I'll have to think on it, and I'd have to prepare it again. So I don't have it with me right now. But it's kind of chaotic a little bit. It doesn't really hold. It just says upward in
Yeah.
my book that I'm reading.
Let's not worry about that. I think we should focus on, like Sadiq said, keeping them as close to the ground as we can.
I
So-
got an idea for the reverse gravity. It may work.
I was just about to say, if you're above him and you fire at him, does that mean that goes towards the earth?
No. The idea is we get a net and use the reverse gravity on the net. Again, it's
What,
still
to get him tied up in the net from below?
yeah.
That might bring him down.
Yildri, what did you do to those flying giant birds that time that made them plummet to the ground?
Paralyzed him.
Maybe something like that. Oh, that reminds me. And Hit grabs his backpack from off the ground because we're sitting down at the table eating.
Yep.
And he rummages through his backpack and he says, "Ali, this might help." And he pulls out the leftover 1 owlweed poison and the leftover 2 Inron poisons.
Ellie's bow doesn't use arrows.
Ah, crapulence. I never thought of that.
Magical bow, but the premise is there though.
But Sadiq may be able to.
Hold up.
I could always dip
I
my
could
arrows
as
in
well.
it.
I could always dip my claw in it.
Ooh,
That
but-
as well.
Yeah. Okay, so
Maybe.
DM, you'd have to decide
that
I guess
hurt
how
you,
they
though?
use it, but
I'm not sure.
So Sadiq takes one lot.
There's 3
Yuri takes-
applications in each file, so
yes, it
I
is.
could always have a go with my arrow as well.
Oh, that's true.
Gives us 3 chances.
Well, there's 1 bottle of Elweed and 2 bottles of Inron,
so
so
you got
gives
9.
us 9 chances all up. We only used the 1 bottle of Elweed at the time.
Doesn't one of them actually cause death as well?
That's fine.
Yeah, but
You get the impression that the
They
one
take
that
poison
potentially causes death, it's from the poison damage that it does have recurring after the application of it.
Yeah, that's the one we only have 1 of. That's the Elweed poison. The
So
Inron
that's-
is just paralysis.
So I'm not bad with a bow. Actually, I'm
Alright.
the same with a bow as I am with my sword. So
So which one would you prefer, the damaging one or the just paralysis one?
well, the paralyzing one is probably better.
Okay.
If we can get him on the ground, we can then put the poisony one
On our swords.
on him as well. because I've also got that Dragon Slayer sword, which does even more damage to him.
Okay. So Hit puts them on the table. 1, Elweed Poison, and 2, Enrons. He says, take them if you want them. They are in D&D Beyond to add, if you like.
They are in D&D Beyond, so just grab them.
Sadiq?
I don't think my horn's gonna work either, because going by the count, I think I've only gone through like 4 days.
Color. Think you're not 100% sure. According to what you think, you could still try it, but I think you're pretty certain.
It could be a saving grace, though. You could give it a try. I mean,
I'm gonna blow that sucker when we can, but
absolutely.
it comes down to if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not really putting all my hope into it.
Sorry, carry on.
That container that you had, it's currently empty.
So yes, exactly what I was about to say. I'm going to see if there's any heavy demons on the field and try and put one in the bottle, basically.
Is there a limit to how long they have to be in there before they become friendly towards us?
Nope, but there is a limit to how often you can use it. But it gets an extra one off the field, possibly.
And potentially one on our side as well, which could be that could be good. We'll see.
So I can trap a creature and then release it about 10 seconds later, and it will obey us for an hour. Then after that I cannot use it again for a long time. So it is worth looking at, yes.
So as you continue to discuss your battle plans over meal, the meal is drunk. You drink your fill of whatever drink you're drinking, whiskey, mead, ale, water, whatever you guys do. Over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours, eventually you start to become tired. You've had a pretty rough day. Well, day to you, 4 weeks to everyone else. And eventually the exhaustion does take its toll. And one by one head rooms. Ildry and Het, do you head to the same room or to?
Het would like to. He'd ask Ildry. He'd say, "Might I spend time with you?"
Yes, of course.
As it may be. I mean, we don't know how much more time we will get to spend together.
Yeah.
So with that, Het and fire to a room together. The rest of you to separate rooms. Anything in particular that you guys want to do before you sleep?
Het would like to speak with Ildry if no one else is doing anything.
I'm just going to go and have one last bath.
You head off. There is a bathhouse at this inn. You head off, you bathe, soak, relax. You think about everything that's happened over the last few. You think about what you heard from the demon, that Thorfey is dead. No idea how long he's been dead for. That makes you angry. Almost rage. Like you on the verge of raging, just thinking of that, and you hope that he is on the battlefield. Every fiber of your being prays to your god Helm that he is on the battlefield. He will be your target no matter what. Alessandros, are you doing anything particular?
I was thinking of taking a walk back to the guild house and going into my room, just sitting there quietly.
Can do. Are you going to spend the night there, or are you going to return?
I'll spend the night there.
Okay. So I dare say you'll disappear via window and stealthily, and probably most likely do.
Yep.
Is to not disturb the others. I'll get you to make a quick stealth check. I don't think you would really have too many hassles with it. The others are fairly well occupied, so
21.
Yeah, I think you're pretty good.
That was a low roll too.
Sadiq, anything in particular you wish to do before sleep finds you?
No, just go over my weapons, make them all nice and sharp, and then curl into fart sack and go to bed.
So Sadiq does just that, takes out all of his many weapons and runs them over his sharpening stones. Nice fine edge, polishes them all, cleans and readies his armor for the impending battle. Het and Ildri, as you retire to your room, I'll turn over to you.
Ildri, are you able to get our egg out, our baby out?
Yeah, I undo the satchel and put the egg on the bed.
I have been waiting for quite some time to say to you that I don't know if I am a great father figure. I am like a big child myself, but I will do everything in my power to care for this wee egg of ours, and once it is hatched, the wee dragon that comes from it. Is it okay if I play it a little tune?
Oh, that'd be nice, Het.
Het sits down as cross-legged as best he can in front of the egg.
Which is
And,
a little awkward for Het, but yeah.
So maybe on his knees. Nonetheless, he pulls the lute forward and he just starts playing major scales, and then he switches to minor scales, and then he switches to minor pentatonic, and he's just running scales the whole time. And he says to Ildri, as he's playing, he talks to Ildri and he says,
if the worst should happen, I would like this instrument to be our child's, if that is fine.
That would be good. Yeah.
Everything else, and the money shot, that should not go to the child, that should go to Alessandris.
Okay.
That it seems dangerous after firing at the girl in downstairs there. It could maybe take someone's eye out, and then we don't want that. Other children would probably be unhappy.
Yeah.
So I would like Alessandros to have the money shot. And then Namaris and Sadiq, I would like Namaris to have Scully, if that is okay with you.
Okay.
I don't know why, I just think her and Scully would get along. It's when she opens his head, she will know directions, it would tell her where to go. It would give her a little bit of firepower at the back end.
What? Maybe she could keep her mushrooms in it, you know?
She can do what she wants with it once it is hers. And Sadiq, he can pretty much have everything that's left in my pack, because I can't think of anything more that guy would need. He seems to have everything he wants, and I don't have large weapons or anything. But I think the iron flask would be perfect for him to keep a pet in. Hopefully we catch something during the fight. That is the main thing I want him to have. But otherwise, you can decide what happens to the rest of my gear, if I should pass. And one last thing, if I'm not taking all your time.
No.
I keep saying the baby, the egg. I have an idea for her name.
Oh, yeah?
Our friends, the ones we've spent the most time with, are what is dear to us. And I think if you take the last part of Namaris, the first part of Sadiq, and the last part of Alessandros and sort of mosh them together, you end up with Marisadris, which is kind of a nice name. What do you think?
I like it. Sounds good.
Marisadris Maiden. Is that, I mean, I know we're not married yet, but...
It has a ring to it. Yeah, I like it.
And off camera, yes, Nutty, you spelt that exactly perfectly.
Nice. There you go, chat. Marisadris Maiden. If Eldry agrees, of course.
And just, if you're wondering what song I am playing to Marisadris, I am just playing scales, because she is a dragon and that is all she knows at the moment. Scales within an egg.
I think she can probably hear you, though. She's almost ready to hatch, so... she probably hears everything we're saying. And if anything happens to me, of course you get my lair and all my belongings, so kind of divvy it up. Alessandra can have her parents' armor and
Okay.
and all that, you know.
Do you want me to keep all the jewels and gems for you, just in case?
In case I die?
No. You said at the end of this, well, you know, I want to keep them for you as a memory of you. That's what I'm saying.
Aw.
Because you don't like to relinquish it, so I would not want to then.
Well, you know, maybe it'll help Marisatris to start her little lair of her own kind of thing.
And yes, she would need a great treasure hoard to start. It's it's a minor treasure hoard at the moment, but we will work on that.
Okay. I'm gonna probably go to bed, because this is making me very sad, I think.
Oh, I don't mean to make you sad, but we need plans.
Yeah.
We definitely need to.
Yeah.
Hit will then, if she's making her way to the bed, he would make his way over there as well, putting his gear on the ground and really just keep her comfortable. He's not up for any friskiness. He just, you know, there's a lot looming.
Yep. So obviously all your minds are focused on task coming, battle that you have just around the corner. So it'd be a spooning evening, and that'd be about it. It'd be just comfort. Okay. Eventually sleep does find you all, although restless do all get the benefits of a long rest. You wake late next morning, later than you would normally wake. You spend your time eventually coming down and getting breakfast. Alessandra does not join you initially, as she has spent the night elsewhere. I would imagine that when you wake in the morning, Alessandra, unless there's something else you would make your way back to the inn. So maybe an hour or so after you guys awake, Alessandra eventually does rejoin you at the inn. Unless you guys have plans for the day specifically, the day will go pretty much without too many incidences. You will probably walk around inspecting the defenses of the city, checking out the city walls. A lot of ballista have been placed along the tops of the city walls. Go check out the port, which would be the weakest point of the city, and there are several ships lined in the harbour, cannons and ballista on board. There is a regiment of the Dragonscale militia setting up and getting ready at the port also. Heavy armoured individuals with pikes and spears. Looks like heavy cavalry there as well, just in case. As you look around the rest of the city, you find yourselves just wandering and having a look and sort of greeting and talking to the citizens of Valonde. See that they're scared. No, they know what's coming. You can tell by talking to a few of these people and some of the guardsmen that Corymn has obviously not held anything back. He's told them exactly what's to be expected, what is coming. He's told them that many of them will not survive, but hopefully Valonde will prevail and Paradym will remain. Over the course of the next few hours, I would say you would probably eventually find yourselves back at the guild house, probably without even realizing, just out of sheer habit. And as the sun starts to set, Corymn meets you there, wanders in, and without really saying too much, gives you a nod and turns and starts to head towards the gate. As you head towards the northern gate, as the sun disappears behind the hills and the east, you look around as several guards and several other groups of people are shouting orders to each other, getting prepared. You also, as you're walking up by the Arcanist, heading towards the north gate, you spy a very familiar individual shouting orders to a bunch of men, and the men sort of turning and taking off, heading towards the eastern gate. A very tall, elvish gentleman, long dark hair, braided and tied in the back, plate armor, or mail armor, sorry, carrying a large glaive. Hit, you recognize him almost immediately as your former guildmate and former friend, Azulan. And he doesn't see you at this point, but you are free to approach him if you will.
I point out to Ellie and Namaris and Sadiq and Yudri, because I believe they met him once in the inn too, didn't they?
They certainly did.
I say, hey, is that? I think it is. And I think it is. Yeah, and no, it's Aslan. Yes, come on. No, it's Aslan. Come on. And I lead them over to him.
And as you walk over towards Aslan is shouting orders to Bash. You see Bash there and a couple other people that you recognize from the militia, and Bash sort of sees you guys, and he gives you a nod and just carries on with his business. Aslan then turns and sees you guys. Fix the echo, sorry, Drax.
Say, best be saying hello. Bloody hell.
Oh, we got no volume. Why do we have no volume from? Unmuted, but we have no volume, sir. Nope. Technological difficulties, guys.
That's probably better.
There we go.
There we go. So, Namaris, Het, Ali, you're all here.
I'm sorry, but I just run over and give him a hug. Long time!
Slightly taken aback, but go with it.
Not being jumped on by a bloody great barbarian.
I mean, Aslan's not one for hugging. You know this.
I know.
But a little awkward, but reciprocated.
It's good to see you. Are you prepared for the, massacre of the enemy to come?
As ready as we can be. Where have you guys been?
Oh, we were drinking in the Squirrel and Hydra.
Making good time of the last 4 weeks, then.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh
the
no.
dragon.
Oh,
demon
no, we were in
arena.
hell.
I did the demon arena.
Yeah.
We've
We
been
went
around.
to the hells.
Right, I'm with you now. I thought you meant like last night. My bad.
I suppose that makes sense. In a weird way.
Yeah.
But at least you're back.
No, I don't think I was there for that.
What?
The labyrinth thingy.
Oh, you were not.
That would have been an Ari.
So, what's your plan of attack, Aslan?
It's more of a plan of defense. We're gonna hold the gate. We're gonna hold that line. And as soon as they break through, we're gonna start killing them at that line.
That is a good plan of defense, which sounds almost like a plan of attack.
It's close. If the tide turns, we'll see if we can get some of those portals closed, but our main job, keep them back, buy you time.
We do appreciate it. So, and is all your group here? There was a few of you. There was you, Bash, and some of the others that I forget the name of, but...
Yeah, everyone that we could muster.
Sorry, I'm taking up all the time. Ellie, here. It's Aslan.
Speechless. Just speechless. Just shock and awe, basically.
Alessandros looks different
Just
than
sort
you
of
last
wave.
remember. He is... actually, what form has Alessandros taken at this point? Because
Natural.
so you're in natural form. So this is the first time, Aslan, that you've seen Alessandros in her natural form. You weren't aware of her changeling status. you always saw her as the young human woman that you first met. So you probably, you're intelligent enough to deduce that that's who she is, but maybe a little shocked at her appearance.
Huh. That's new.
A little bit since I last saw you, I guess, yes. And I turn into Ashland. Is this more acceptable?
You're now staring into a mirror.
Strangely, yes.
No, she's not nude. But as you guys stand and talk briefly, not really time for a catch-up as the impending doom ahead. The air is palpable as the tension sort of grows as the night starts to draw in. You probably talk for maybe half hour, 45 minutes or so before the first warning horn sounds. And then another, and another. So at this point we will have to have you say goodbye to your friend. As brief as it was to see him again. If he is able, if he does survive, you may get a chance to speak to him at the end of the evening. So you have now a chance to say your farewells or your good lucks before you head towards the northern gate as the warning horns sound, basically.
Salute you, sir. See you on the battlefield.
Hopefully not too soon.
Shakes Aslan's hand, and as I do that, I go back to my natural form.
Eeringly creepy, but kind of cool.
Hit moves in with the warrior handshake, wrist to wrist, and he puts a hand on his shoulders and he says, "I wish you the best. And I know you may not believe, but may the Steel Lady be with you."
I return the gesture and say, "Same to you. I'm pretty sure we can use all the help we can get."
And if the Steel Lady's not enough, I can ask the Rattlehead for favor too. I got 2 deities we can work with.
Your 2 beats my 0. Let's go. Do it.
All right. May the Rattlehead give you his grace as well. And Hit will trace the sigil of the Rattlehead in the air.
Yeah.
Not that it will do anything, but he's hoping that the gods are listening.
You're pretty certain that they're watching at the very least. And if assistance is potentially needed, they may assist. No.
Not knowing what to do, Azalan bows his head slightly towards the gesture.
Yep.
Hit nods and says, "Luck be with you," as he walks off.
Sadiq and Ildri, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I'll go up to Aslan and give him the warrior handshake and say, "Hold the line. And see you on the other side."
May your blade strike true, and I give a elven bow and walk away.
As
I return
in her
both
wood elven form, so reciprocate that. So with that, your farewells or good luck's given. Both head your separate ways. Aslan heading towards the eastern gate, where his militia wait for him to join them, and the Lions of Valonde heading to the northern gate, where they will face Kosuss in sometime soon. As you watch the moon start to rise in distance. Regular moon at this point. Alessandrus, you do recover all of your arrows in the time frame. So, Aslan, we will bid you farewell for the time being. Thank you so much for joining us ever so briefly. If you are still around at the end and you do not die, we may bring you back in, so be prepared for that if you're able to hang around for a bit. And good luck to the Lions and to the militia. Thank you very much, sir. So, with that, you head towards the northern gate. You approach the northern gate. You see again a contingent of the Valonde City Guard, the Dragon Cell Militia. There's soldiers manning the wall with a ballista. There's soldiers behind the gate. They a dozen or so of them lift the heavy gate bar on chains. You see them on either side lifting, some pulling the chain, lifting this heavy gate bar open. They open the gate to allow you out of the city. Corymn joins you once again and nods, says, "Are you ready?" I mean, ready as you can. And you can see he has an air of nervousness about him. He's confident. He's in full battle armor. He strides out in front of you, leading you out to the outside of the city gate. As you walk out the gate, you hear that gate swing close and heavily wood on iron close behind you, and that bar drop. Another barrier between Kosuss and the city. As you walk out to this large open area in the northern front of the city, it's not trees. The trees are probably 200 feet away on either side. It's just a large open area where trade and people just hang out and meet and talk. This is the main entrance to the city. So this is where a lot of traders and travelers would come in and be stopped by the city guards before entering the city. A lot of people would set up stalls here. Not unlike a medieval city where it'd be a bustling hub of. You do see the remnants of a few old crates, empty crates, and a few old sacks lying on the ground, sort of hurriedly ready for this. You now stand, waiting, watching for Kosuss's arrival. And before we get to that, we are going to take an early break. We're going to take 5 minutes, guys, to pee, drink, and all the rest of it before we potentially hit the next phase of this and into this battle. The moon is rising high in the sky, and see that first tinge of red start to hit the bottom of the full moon. And we will take 5 minutes, guys. We'll be right back. Don't drink your pee. Exactly. Hola. I am back. Just waiting for these guys to come back. How you doing, chat? Whew. It is hot. The bags under your eyes have bags of their own. It's probably just as authentic. Yeah, well, a knackered Aslan, definitely. Been pretty busy. What's up, Grim, Magic, Mina? Good to see you guys popping in this evening for our finale show. Hopefully, we don't run too much overtime. We could be looking about half an hour extra, which will be the max we go to. A couple people need to get up early, but never know. But I'm glad you guys could hang out with us and see the end, the almost end of our story. I mean, this will be the final episode per se. Next Sunday night will be the epilogue. So next Sunday night I'll be going through what happens after the fact, and the players we will do a little bit of RP with them, because there'll be some things that will be need to get through with them. Then they will give us a brief history of what their characters will do after fact as well. I don't think Namaris will be here for that, so I will. Nutty will tell me what Namaris is doing afterwards and what happens, and that one I will do that for her. She'll be working, but hopefully the rest of us will. Whew. The dice roller is working well. It is showing up fine, so that's good. We weren't sure how well that was going to work. Okay.
Damn it, we should have asked Aslan and Bash to join us for the fight. That would have been extra people.
Yeah, they might have done, but
You're muted in Skype, dude.
I know. But yeah, they have their assignments, unfortunately. Not have been able.
Oh, they would have said no, eh?
They have been conscripted by Lord Corymn himself to oversee the Eastern Gate preparations.
Hopefully, once it's in defence, they can come running around the side and join us at the end.
Never know.
Never
know.
I'll send a message.
Yeah, get Savage online, and because
I did try and get hold of Savage. I was going to see if I could get Gillian in as well, but I haven't been able to get hold of him. So unfortunately, that's why Gillian.
yeah, well, it comes down to I saw him stream start of the month.
So did I. I caught up with him briefly then.
And
his schedule's pretty over the place. His schedule's pretty all over the place, and I know he's been done stuff a lot.
Although when I did see him stream, he looked a lot better.
Yeah.
Than what he
mobility. Apparently so.
Where was Bash?
Bash was there.
Okay.
Bash was with Aslan. He was heading off to the gate as you guys approached. But we didn't need Bash getting into that conversation as well, so.
It's probably a good thing Bash shut up, because we all know Het doesn't like him.
I like Bash.
No, Het's
Bash
come
is
around. But Het didn't like him at first, but he's come around.
I mean, how do you like someone who punches you in the jaw on your first meeting? I mean,
Yeah, I agree with Drax and Neon.
that Gillian is probably killing his new party. Anything's possible.
Probably, yeah.
Anything is possible.
He's actually going to be the rider.
Anything is possible.
That means he gets to kill all parties.
Exactly. It was my plan all along. Right, so we're all ready.
You're wishing you'd done that now. You're like, oh, damn it, I wish I'd have thought of that.
I had thought of it. I honestly did. I thought about making Gillian the rider, and I thought, nah, this wouldn't. Evil quickly rewrites the plan. Like, no, we'll just scratch that. We'll change that one. Yeah, we'll do that.
If you're riding the dragon, you go, Panther, go get them. The Panther would appear and then fall to its death.
Drats. But anywho, now that everyone's back, we shall get back into this. So as the first hint of red starts to come across the full moon, the whole tone of the evening changes. The tension in the air grows steadily as you slowly watch the moon become a very dark, not crimson, but a very dark red. It's not slow, but not overly fast either. Maybe takes an hour eventually before the moon now becomes an almost like someone's just put a big piece of cellophane over the front of it. You can still see the craters and the shapes in the full moon like you normally would, but it's got that red, very dark red glow to it.
Give me a second, I'm just going to take down the cellophane.
It is about that time you hear horns start to sound around the city behind you. And as you sort of look around, those who with dark vision would probably notice, or you probably all see them initially, the different rifts that just start to open around the outsides of the city. These are not rifts to the hell, these are portals of the arcane colour, so these, obviously, whatever's teleporting in is already in this plane. About 150, 200 feet directly north of your current position, right on the tree line, you do see a large, dark, red swirling rift start at about dinner plate size and then steadily grow bigger and bigger and bigger until you hear that familiar roar come from the other side of it. The breathy, loud roar of a dragon, and then eventually poof, poof, just the wings and the dark shadow. From this distance it's hard to make out colour. Hit with your vision, you would see that he is no longer red. In fact, he is almost black in places.
Would I assume he's the same dragon? It's obvious.
You've seen him before, yeah. You've definitely seen him before, so you would definitely know that it's him. I did have something written here for this.
That's why you're finding it hits us to the group.
He's got some color shift paint job going on there.
I see that, Ed. I see that.
It's alright, we'll wipe that off him soon enough.
Actually, no, I didn't write this up. I left it purely to my imagination. Probably a good thing. So, as he emerges from this portal, again, he takes a deep breath in and that loud bellowing roar, and he remains hovering, looks like about 60-80 feet in the air. Yet from this distance you could probably just make out a small figure standing on his back behind at about the shoulder part of his, not really standing, sort of sitting, and as you would expect, this dark rider. Kind of hard to tell what he looks like or she looks like at this point, but there is definitely a rider. There is definitely someone atop this dragon.
What's the distance?
About 150, 200 feet. Be outside your vision of your dark vision, fortunately.
What, 120?
150 to 200 feet.
What? Pet's better than me. What?
Yes.
No.
Pet can see perfectly in the dark.
I thought I could too.
But you're still out to 120 feet though, right?
Yeah. Fine.
It hits us to the group. Well, I think the rider's a dwarf. So no fear there. Let's do this thing, eh?
A dwarf?
Well, he's really little from here.
Didn't we kill that dwarf dude though?
Steve, don't believe it.
It's okay, it's just a distance joke.
We
Never
will
mind.
switch over to the battle map Even though he's not that distance away from you guys at the moment, just to give you guys an idea of where you are. Kosuss just is there so you can see where he is, but he is probably 3 times that distance away from you at the moment. I would assume you're pretty much in roughly this formation. Corym has put himself out in front, and as he sees this rift and hit you speak, he says, they were not wrong, he has definitely changed. I hope you're ready. And you see he puts his hands down to his sides, and you can see him preparing something. Hands start to glow with a dark red energy. And with that, we will roll initiative as the dragon starts to slowly make his way towards you. Would I roll initiative for them? And Namaris, your initiative, please.
I've got advantage, so I'll do it twice. Um, 18.
18? Yeah, I'm not seeing the overlay at the moment. Still call for it. Alessandros.
25.
Hit.
22.
22.
With a natural 20.
Nice. I can probably just bring this one. Yeah, level to 7.
She just wants to see what's going to happen to start off with. That's all it is.
Yours. 15. There we go. Roll initiative. Corym. Won't show up on there. Won't be if I bring a sheet up.
No foliage or cover on the battlefield?
Nope, it is completely open ground, unfortunately. Which is probably why it was chosen as the desired place. Corym gets a 15. Start our initiative. So at the top of the initiative is Alessandros. As the dragon starts to drift forward, gets within maybe 100 feet of you guys now, so you can all now see that he has definitely changed. He is still dark red. He's red, but he's a lot darker red than he was before. But there are large patches of black scales. The eyes are a piercing yellow. The underbelly is a very creamy orangey color, but again, patches of dark red under the underbelly. So, Ildri, you'd probably notice more so than anybody. He is not Kosuss. As far as you're concerned, he is not the Kosuss that you looks very different. He sounds different. Every time he roars, it is very guttural, very low, and very, very dark. As he approaches, he sort of turns to one side and then the other, and as you sort of guys follow his gaze, you see someone or something running out of the tree line to the right, his right hand side, and then break cover with a large lance. Can't tell who it is. Just looks like a random citizen or soldier. And Kosuss just turns, see that glow in his neck, and he just releases dragon fire and incinerates whoever it was instantly. Nothing left but a pile of ash. The fire that came from his breath was dark and shadowy. Definitely still fire, but it had darkness. And he continues to make his way forward. He then makes his way to within 80 feet of the group, which is pretty much what you see on the battle map, but he remains hovering 80 feet in the air. You now get a better look at the rider, a red-skinned tiefling. Can't see his wings, they're probably folded in behind him, but it is the same individual that you guys saw at the arena in the Hells. So Alessandros, we are at the top of the initiative order with you. The dragon is probably, if you take into fact the height and the distance, about 120 to 130 feet from you right now. We're looking at a ranged shot. He's not grounded, he's definitely in the air. What are you doing?
Going to take a shot at the rider.
Going to attempt to hit the rider in the air. This shot will be at disadvantage because of the angle of the dragon, but you can do so.
23 to hit.
Is that at disadvantage?
Yep.
Well done.
Oh, the first roll was 31.
Well done indeed. You do hit.
"12 piercing."
So 12 piercing. Kick. Does have a reaction which he is going to use. So what was it? 23 you hit with, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It will still hit with its reaction. So how much damage?
12 piercing and 11 force.
12 piercing. And the rider takes that initial shot. You see the arrow narrowly missing Kosuss' head and shooting past up and hitting the rider just in the upper shoulder. The arrow then dissipates as you fire Apollo's bow, and you see him take the impact. Grabs his shoulder. Definitely felt it, and pretty much you don't really see what he's doing, whether he's mouthing anything to, but you definitely see the impact from each part.
Just a curiosity question: is it full moon? I know it's blood moon, but is it a full moon?
It's classed as a full moon.
Can I do 2 extra d8s then?
Is that what it says? Or is that specifically for a dragon?
No, outside during full moon. Get a bonus 2d8.
Roll it. The idea of the bow.
With another 11 force.
11 force. So it was a pretty big hit. He definitely takes it. In fact, he's going to make a quick dex check if he can remain aloft, which he does. So second shot. Again at disadvantage.
15 to hit.
That one will miss. Shoots wide as you probably surprised. Your first arrow finds its mark with relative ease, then misjudging, maybe a little overconfident, and your second arrow goes slightly wide. So that is your turn. Are you going to move? Are you going to stay where you are?
Stay where I am.
Here we are. Hit, you're up, and Maris, you're on board after that.
Well, Hit's pretty obvious. He looks around, looks to the dragon, and he says, "All right, team, this is it." He pulls forth his lute, and he says, "Steel Lady, give us death or glory," as he casts bless on every single one of us. Obviously not my little pet, but all of our team. And that will include Corym.
Oh, good on the floor. Ah. Kind of figured it would, and I had enough tokens.
So everyone D4s for attacks and saving throws. I will try and remind you where I can. I will not move at this point. I will... Actually, Hit will move. Hit will move 10 feet forward, and Killick will stay with him at his back.
It moves up 10 feet, joining Sadiq and Namaris at the front. With that, Namaris, it is now your turn. Your quarry, you see the rider. You will have no choice. Yeah, you will have no choice to rage, even if you didn't, even if you weren't going to. I would say, just the sight of this individual, knowing that they more than likely killed your father, will induce a rage anyway, so your bonus action is to rage.
Yep.
You know that you probably cannot strike this guy immediately. He is 80 odd feet away from you, 80 feet in the air. So what are you going to do?
I am going to run my full 45 feet towards him, changing out for my longbow in the process.
And fire away. Shooting at Kosuss or the rider?
Here we go. The rider.
So it will be at disadvantage because it's on the back of the dragon, unfortunately.
Oh, hang on, that was damage.
You got to hit first, eh?
Oh, disadvantage, and I get a bloody net 20 on the first one.
Sorry.
Fuck.
He is.
And one on the second.
He is obscured, unfortunately. So a nat 1 and a nat 20. Well, we got nat 20 from before as well, but unfortunately your arrow does again go wide, striking some of the scales on Kosuss's right shoulder, deflecting the shot. You get 2 attacks in the attack action, I do believe. Can fire again.
Can't be worse than before. Oh yeah, it can. I got a 2, so it's a 9.
That also misses, unfortunately.
I don't.
So that is your turn. You are raging. Now it's the rider's turn.
I don't know if D4s would help any of that either.
No, they wouldn't, unfortunately. Rider looks down from his perch and what has he got? Maris is probably the only one within range at this point of most of what he can do. So he is going to cast Firebolt at you. Be 24 to hit. You will take 29 points of fire damage as a large bolt of fire just comes firing down from above and strikes you square in the chest, and the force of the blow almost sort of takes you off your feet. You stagger backwards a little bit, but you ready yourself. You're raging. It hurts. It's not physical damage, so it's not reduced like it normally is, but you're raging anyway and you don't really care. All you want is the rider. That is going to be his action. As a bonus action, he is going to cast no, he's not. He's gonna wait. He's gonna hold it. He's not gonna hold it, he's just gonna... That's it for him. Next up is Corym. And Corym, who's been holding an action, waiting for Kosuss and that to get within range, and you see him raise both his hands out in front of him, and he fires a 23 to hit. All at Kosuss, a 22 to hit, 27 to hit, 22 to hit. 4 beams of dark and red energy shoot forward. Pick the armor here, and the 22s will not hit, so 2 hits, 2 misses. But he will get 14 points of force damage on Kosuss, which doesn't really seem to faze him at all. But he takes the damage, it strikes him in the chest. You see the energy hitting him and sort of arcing up through his neck, and he doesn't even really seem phased at all. In fact, he lets out a loud roar in your guys' direction as he's struck. Next up, Corym is going to retreat slightly, about 20 feet back that way, and that'll be his turn. Sadiq, you're up.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is do this, work out how much damage I just took. 2 points, righto. I'm casting the Rid of Raw, which is
Right,
thunder
Raw.
damage.
Doki?
And then I'm going to dip an arrow in the poison type.
The Enron poison, is that the one you had?
Yep. I've got the Enron and the paralyzed one as well.
Oh, you got the Elweed and Enron?
Yeah, so
Which
the
one?
Enron, which is the poison, and I'm going to shoot
Elweed's
it
the poison. One's the paralyzed.
Okay, the poison. Oh, yeah, that one. And shoot at Kosuss for 24.
That will hit.
Excellent. Go away so I can roll damage there. It's 4 points from that. 7, so...
The 7 piercing?
13. Well, it's 4 points piercing, 7 points thunder, whatever the hell that type of damage is. Because it doesn't actually say.
Force.
And what was the damage? There was a save for the...
yes, I can't remember. It's in D&D Beyond.
Sorry, I took it off when he took them.
That's all good.
Yeah, and I didn't get around to actually putting them in.
All good. I will bring it up again. Enron poison. So it is Constitution saving throw or be paralyzed for 10 minutes. So con save from Kosuss should be pretty good. What was the DC on that? Do we remember? A DC 15. So he did save.
Okay. No worries.
So he does not become paralyzed.
And then... Oh no, wasn't that the poison? Oh, I did the poison one.
Are you looking
So
at
is it
the
paralyzed
Elweed?
and poison, or is it just a paralyzed?
Elweed poison. Still DC 15 con save, so he still saves from the paralyzation, and the poison is 2d6 poison damage.
Alright, so I'll roll 2d6.
So he'll take half that damage and won't be the poison condition save.
Yeah. And so it was 9 was the...
So it'll be
full
half down.
Yeah.
So he does take the poison damage. Again, it doesn't really seem to phase him. A small amount of damage, but you definitely hit him. So you do see the arrow strike.
While I'm actually shooting at him, I'm moving my full 35 feet forward. So that I can actually get in. Ooh. Ooh, that's a nice hit.
So your second hit is 7.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
So
So full weapon damage plus roll the dice on top.
So it's 12 from that. The Enron is 2d6. He's got to make another save.
On save, which is a dirty 20.
Saves that. 2 points from the thunder and 8 points from the poison.
Taken. So again, both arrows do find their target, striking Kosuss. Again, he doesn't seem overly phased by it, but definitely has taken the damage. That is your turn. Next up is his turn, as he has now taken a little bit of damage from those in front of him. I need Deke, a Maris, 80. Probably the rest of you are out of his range at this point, but Sadiq and Amaris need you both to make wisdom saving throw. Amaris rolls a dirty 20. That is a failure.
18 for me.
And 18 for
It
Sadiq.
was
That
net
is
20.
still a failure. Is your wisdom
Much
plus
less.
0? You got your d4s, guys, for your saves as well. Add your d4s.
Thank you, Yudri.
22 for me then.
A 24 for me.
They both saves. You are both momentarily, the presence of this beast starts messing with your head a little bit, and that hint of fear crosses over your minds.
Was that against frightened?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I get advantage against that.
Well, you saved anyway. Doesn't really matter. It's frightful presence. So, but yeah, so you managed to both shrug it off. So nothing really happens. But he does get within. He basically swoops down. He's still in the air. Comes down about 30 or so feet. Moves closer to you. Get you within range. Stops and hovers, and get both of you in that. You will both need to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Damaris, you get advantage on those, because it is something you can see. As he takes a deep breath in.
Breath weapon?
There's a breath weapon.
Okay, I get advantages against that too.
That's fine. How do you get advantage against breath weapons?
It's because of the armor.
Ah, true, of course. That's right, the Mizium armor, isn't it?
Yeah, I get advantage against the frightful presence and his breath weapon, and naturally, because I'm a blood hunter, I get advantage against charmed and being frightened.
Cool. That makes a good thing. So what was yours, Damaris?
19.
That was with advantage?
Don't forget D4s.
Was that your D4?
Hang on, adding that. So that's 21.
26 for me.
That'll be a failure from Damaris and a success from Sadiq. You see he takes a deep breath in, and as he releases, this time not fire, but darkened energy, something you've seen before. But you will... ooh, this is nasty. Damaris, you failed, did you not? You take 99 points of necrotic damage.
Does that get halved?
No, it does not. Sadiq, you take, would be, rounding it down, 48 points of necrotic damage as he releases a darkened necrotic energy from within himself, striking, basically enveloping you both in this darkened energy, and it hurts. Damaris, are you still conscious? Right, remember, if you do become unconscious, you make your saves not on dice roller, make them with physical dice. Do not tell the party or put them on your sheet. Just mark them down and DM me in the Skype. So with that, I know she hadn't got a dice prepared. With that is going to be his turn. I think he does that. That's pretty much what he's going to do at this point. So next up, Ildry, it is your turn.
I'm going to use the healing spirit on top of Damaris, my elk. And she will get... It's not going to be much, but it's going to stay there, so...
I didn't actually expect you to use that, so I put it away.
Only 4 heals, but you'll get to use it every turn, so...
Close. Spirit on Damaris.
Thanks. It's better than a kick in the teeth.
So what was the heal?
4.
4. You get 4 points of healing straight away, but you get to use it at the start of each of your turn, I believe. As that is concentration as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to shapeshift into Ildry.
Are you able to maintain concentration?
Yes.
I think you can with your dragon form. So, as Yayla, seeing the breath come from her former mate, Kosuss, transforms herself into her true form, which is pretty much blocking out everybody on the map, but we'll turn her sideways just a little bit. Eventually we'll see where everything
I'll
is.
move to like the side. I'll move to the side so that I'm not in everybody's behind
It's just
everybody.
over here.
Yeah.
Maybe back a little. You're in the shot. So the white dragon, as Ildri changes her form and grows, you lift off, or do you remain on the ground at this point?
I'm staying on the ground in case Allie wants to hop on.
Okay, so you remain grounded at this point. Next up, is that your turn? So that's going to be you.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Gonna be-
So, back to the top of the initiative order with Alessandros as the white drake is on the battlefield.
How far is Yudri from me?
You'll be within running distance.
Well, how about I do Misty Step? Well, not
Shadow step,
Shadow Step.
which you are able to do, and that'll get you pretty much right at her.
I was going to do Shadow Step up to her back.
60 feet, is it?
Yep.
I'll stick you on there. So,
Duct tape. Duct tape always works.
blue tack works just as well.
All right.
So you are atop of Ildri.
So with that, I'll take another shot at the Z-Raider.
Right, you're still going to be, he's lower, be a straight shot, no disadvantage. Now have a better angle as Kosuss has descended. He's still not on the ground, he's still 30, 40 feet in the air, but he's lowered enough where you get a clean shot at the rider.
20 to hit.
20 to hit. He has used his reaction. I don't top of the round, so you can reuse reaction. So that will miss as
Alright.
you see a shield shoot up around him. So your first shot deflects. Don't
I
forget,
did +4. That's
he did the
what it was.
D4.
I only get it once, don't I?
Yes. I don't get every attack.
Well, I don't think I'm going to need it for this one.
I saw the attack, no. 31 will definitely hit.
That's 6 piercing.
6 piercing.
And 15 force.
That was the extra D8.
Yep.
Cool. 15 force damage. As the rider takes another shot from Alessandros, see his attention shift directly to you. Now he's also seen the white dragon and seen you atop. Is that your turn? That cool. Hit, you're up. Namaris, you're on board after that.
Hit is... Man, Namara's not looking so good.
Namaris is looking extremely hurt.
Hit has a question for the DM. Was it the Rod of Resurrection I picked up? Well, I was handed from one of the team
Yes.
earlier, and it does heal, but it doesn't seem to have the stats for it. I might have to look it up. But...
It's the heal spell, so...
Okay, I'll have to type that in.
If I remember right, it actually does show up.
I tried, it does not. I've been looking at it.
That sucks.
Yeah. I thought it might show up on my spell list, but it doesn't.
So sixth level evocation spell. It's the one that does the 70 hit points.
Oh, massive. Okay. I am going to...
Does it say how many charges it has?
Yes, it says... Let me click back to it. 5 charges.
Is that for the heal or for the resurrection?
Let me have a look. Well, I don't care about Resurrection. Resurrection uses all 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just double check. Rod of... I think I might have created this.
I've got it in from D&D Beyond. It just doesn't list the heal spell with it, which is unusual.
Do a double check on the other one. It has 5 charges while you hold it. You can action Yeah, so it is the 70 hit point heal, so expends 1 charge.
Okay,
It
so Hit
costs you an action to do so.
is going to use his action to point the Rod of Resurrection at Namaris and cast heal from it. He doesn't know how it works. He sort of shakes it forward and says, "Come on, heal her."
Check the link I just put in the Skype, dude. It's got the details there and the spell. If you hover over, it gives you the spell tooltip.
Cool, thank you.
So you will receive 70 hit points as Hit shakes the Rod of Resurrection at you. Spell does work, and you receive 70 hit points. Feel much better.
Hit will then, because he didn't cast a spell, because that's an action, I suppose.
It still costs you your action to do so, but it's not
my action, yeah.
not a spell slot. Though. You can cast another spell as an bonus action.
Correct, and I have a bonus action spell called. Where is it? Too busy trying to look that one up. Hit is going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Where are you dropping the book?
He's going to drop it 60 feet in front of him, so 60 feet in front of Hit, so it's about 10 feet away from Kosuss, I think. Obviously, Kosuss is in the air, but I will work on that when it gets to it.
No worries. The book has materialized below Kosuss. Kosuss is about 35, 40 feet in the air.
And he is going to... That is it, because I'll have to move it up above the Kosuss next round.
Will do.
Hit will then move... No, Hit will stay where he is.
There he is. No problem. Namaris, you're up.
Hit the wrong button, and my bloody computer care thing came up. I am going to, because Kosuss was the one that hurt me. I'm going to go. Urgh!
Before you do that, you need to make a... What does she need to roll for the heal for the healing spirit?
Sorry, 2d6.
So roll 2d6, Namaris, for the healing spirit. You are still
10.
within its... So you get another 10 points of healing. Still within its aura. How big is the aura? 10 feet?
Yes, 10 feet.
So, movement, your action, bonus action, what are you doing?
I am going, and I'm going to try and fire the longbow at Kosuss, because
Okay. Fire away.
he hurt me.
He did hurt you a lot.
And I'm going to miss with 13.
You are going to miss with a 13.
And I'm going to miss with an 8, and I'm sorry, but the 4s just aren't going to
Yeah,
happen.
the 4s won't help with that at all. 5 feet for healing spirit? No worries. And so that's the end of your turn?
I might just move a little closer, just like a square. 5 foot.
feet. Yeah, with that, is at this
Am I
point,
still in-
Kosuss is
range
going
of
to use one of his legendary actions. And he is going to start just beating his wings back towards. You hear just that poof, poof, as his wings just start buffeting air down towards you guys. So again, Sadiq and Maris, you will both need to make dexterity saving throws. You will not get advantage on this one, Maris, because it's air. It's not a visual effect.
But don't forget your D4s.
Don't forget your D4s.
A whopping 14.
A 14, that'll be a failure from you. And I'm pretty sure that's a failure from you, Namaris, with a 4.
No, I got a whopping 16. My dex save was 12, and that's my d4.
Okay, so 16, cool. Both failures anyway. So you will both take 19 points of bludgeoning damage, Namaris, which is halved for you. So you're lucky there. So you only take 9 points of bludgeoning damage for you, and you are both knocked prone. As the wind from Kosuss's wings is the force of his wings just blasted down on top of you. Ooh. And then he retreats back up 30 feet with with the lift that he's gotten from his wings. So he's back up to 60 feet in the air. With that, it's now Thorfey's turn. Or the creature that you knew as Thorfey is now his turn. He is going to gonna do he's gonna cast spell slot here. And what you guys are going to see, one moment, when I as he casts the spell, you can see he's making movement with his hands, and a large black dragon appears off to your left. And that will be spell slot gone. That is his action. So you can all pretty much see it. So you all need to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened. So Sadiq, yours will be at advantage. Everyone else needs to make a wisdom save, please.
$21 for hit.
21 for hit, that is a success. Damaris.
13.
That's a failure.
16 for me.
That's a failure.
Don't forget D4s.
That's with a D4.
Alessandros. Alessandros, what is your roll?
15.
15, that's a failure. Hildry.
17, because it was 15 plus 2.
That is also a failure. Did you put your D4?
Yeah, it was a plus
Okay.
2.
So that is also a failure. So pretty much you all fail. We're all frightened for the next minute.
Aha, except for me.
Are you immune to be frightened? Are you not hit?
Oh, was mine not high enough?
What was yours?
21.
Oh yes, no, so except for you. DC 18. So everyone except for hit is frightened. So as a bonus action on your turn, oh yeah, that's me. So this thing, so basically as a bonus action, because it is his turn, he's going to move it towards you, hit, and you see it breathe in, and it blasts an energy cone weapon at you, and it looks like fire, possibly. You can't tell at this point.
Okay.
But as it releases it, it's indeed fire, and you take 30 points of fire damage.
No save?
No save. Looking at this. Oh no, intelligence saving throw, sorry. You do get a save, it's intelligence.
That is not so good, but still. I have a D4 and I have a luck, and I'm going to expend them both. So
Probably a wise idea.
My luck is a D10, I believe.
Okay.
So that 2 plus 5 makes 7, and my D4, come on, baby. This doesn't look good. 9 in total.
9 in total? There, yeah, no, sorry, that's still a failure. So you'll take the full 30 points of fire damage as this secondary dragon exhales and breathes a cone of fire across you.
Fire damage, you say?
Fire damage.
Okay, I am resistant, so...
That'll be half. Next up, it is Lord Corym's turn. Corym sees what's going on, looks at his... thinks about it for a moment, and then...
Oh, Killick is dead.
Okay. I forgot about him. So Killick went poof.
And I have to make a save for concentration on bliss.
You certainly do. So it'll be half the damage, DC 10. Save, no problem.
No problem.
So Corym then looks around, touches himself on the chest, and casts Fly on himself. He now has a flying speed of 60 feet. This here moves he lifts 30 feet into the air. Actually will only be able to go that far, but he is currently flying. And he cast that at 4th level, so Maris and Sadiq, you both are now able to fly. Flight speed of 60 feet.
Yes.
Don't have enough flight base here, so we'll have to make do with guesswork. We're still prone at the moment. We'll have to get up first.
That's all good.
Broken. Not this one. The shorter one, but it'll work. Never mind. So we just have to pretend what's D&D's all about. So Sadiq we'll let Sadiq know when he gets back. But that is going to be Corym's turn as he expends the spell slot. And I don't think it's bonus action. Nope, that's it. Going to be it for him. So Sadiq is back. It is now your turn, Sadiq. You are currently Corym has cast Fly on you. You now have a flying speed of 60 feet. You are currently prone. You'll need to use half of your walking movement to get up, so you'll need to use 15 feet of that movement to stand. That'll give you 45 feet of flying movement left.
And where the hell's Kosuss?
He is 60 feet above you.
So he's outside of...
Still just outside of your range. You can dash or double movement to get within his range. Will not be able to attack.
That's fine.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. And I'm gonna pull out the Dragon Slayer.
We'll put you. I'm not going to put you on a flight base. I'm just going to put you at Kosuss. We know that you guys are all in the air for the time being.
Yep.
So you are unable to attack at this point, but you are within melee range.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll pull out the Dragon Slayer, and I'll also change my writ as well to the Dawn.
Sweet. So Rite of Dawn, you take the damage assigned with that, and that is your turn. Next up, make a couple of dice rolls here. So we're I'll just put it down. God damn it. There it is. I hate it when I put a pen down and can't find it. So we've got those. Behind you guys during this whole time, even you're concentrating on what you're doing in front, but you can hear the sounds of battle from either side around the city. You can hear and feel the rumblings as large creatures are attacking the walls, not unlike the first attack that was made on the city of Valonde. So you know that the battle is fully underway. You have no way of knowing whether the walls have been breached yet, but the battle is definitely carrying on and is going strong. Next up, Fiela, it is your turn. Oh no, it's Kosuss' turn, sorry. I almost missed him out, can't have that. You're up after Kosuss. So
Bugger.
with that, you notice that Kosuss drifts back slightly, maybe 20-30 feet from you, Sadiq, as you've now got into melee range. He drifts back 20 feet, and then you watch as his body slowly shimmers, and then moment you have no idea where he is. He is not going to do anything else at this point. So Fiala, you're up. You've seen this as well. He slowly drifted back and disappeared in the dim light.
I have 60 feet of blind sight. Does that make any difference?
He would be out of that range
Okay.
as he drifted back, but not sure whether that would help or not.
I'm going to do my multi-attack, which is Frightful Presence plus 1 bite and 2 claws at
who?
The Black Dragon.
Frightful Presence, dragon.
And anything within 120 feet. So just anything in 120 feet that isn't my party, because I can choose.
Yep. So
Wisdom save.
Save. So you're not sure whether they've saved or not because you can't really see them, but Kosuss and the other individual have made the saves. The dragon doesn't seem affected by it either.
Okay.
You're going to move to it?
Yep.
In the air or on foot?
In the air. Ali's on me, right?
Yep. So you lift off. What's your movement speed? Your flight speed?
My flight speed is 80 feet.
Easily able to get into range of the other dragon who is actually on the ground, so he's slightly below you. Can go down to his level and make your attacks.
Okay. So I have a plus 17 to hit. So do I just roll the d20s or?
Roll d20 and
And
add the 17.
So you want my 3 roll to hits first, I guess?
Yep.
Or okay. First one is 19 plus 17. Math.
And a D4.
I don't think it really
Jesus.
matters.
Do we need to do that? Second one is 13 plus the 17 added to that, and
As you are making these attacks, you swipe backwards and forwards with your claws, and then you swipe around with your tail. Doesn't
It's
seem to
nothing?
be any effect whatsoever on this creature. Feel like it's hitting, but it's just not doing anything. I need you to
So
make
is
an
it going
intelligence saving throw.
through, yeah.
Make an intelligence. Or intelligence check, sorry, not a saving throw.
My intelligence on a dragon. Okay. Oh. Well. 10 plus it. Oh wait. Do I get to add my inspire?
Want to? That's what it's there for.
Plus
And your
8,
D4.
18
And your d4.
plus a d4 is. I don't have a d4 on me. 18 plus 1, say 19.
19. That'll be enough. I mean, you're probably intelligent enough anyway, even after the attacks. I mean, like I said, it feels like it hits something solid, but it just doesn't react. It doesn't look at you. It doesn't growl. It doesn't anything. With a roll of a 19, you know this is a spell. This is not real, but it can do
Right.
damage. Seen it do damage.
So it's not real, but it's doing damage to it.
You know it's an illusion. For some reason, it's able to do damage.
So there's no point in hit. So I surmise there's no point in hitting it because it's not real.
Exactly.
So I guess it's too late to hold my attack, isn't it? Because I've already rolled a hit.
Yep.
I'm gonna use the rest of my movement to go where Kosuss was.
Head towards Kosuss. You had what, 90 feet total?
I had 80 feet total,
feet.
so
Probably move.
whatever's left.
Got enough movement to get to where Kosuss was.
Yeah.
You can roll a perception check to see if you can determine where he might be, if you wish.
Perception. Is a 2. What's my dragon stats? Do I get a bonus perception? My passive perception is 26, but I don't see. Oh, plus 16, so 18.
Yes,
The
so
active perception.
you can't see him, but you know that he probably hasn't gone far. Like he's definitely still here somewhere. Not sure.
Okay. And I have a bonus action I'm going to use to move the healing spirit over.
Yep.
To Namaris, over top of her again. So.
Another 2d6
Safe.
healing.
Yeah, she gets 2d6, which is 2. Sorry.
Another 2 points healing for Namaris.
That's it for me.
That's it for you. Het, you're up.
All right. Het would have seen Yildri attack the dragon and swipe through it with no effect, right?
You would have seen her hit it, and yeah, you would have seen roll perception. You would have definitely seen her hit it. Whether it had any effect or not, you're not sure. You'd perceive that, please.
Yeah, dirty 20.
You definitely are able to tell the same thing, that it didn't take any damage whatsoever, and it didn't react, but it hurt.
Okay, so with that, Het is going to cast Dispel at 4th at it.
At 4th level,
Correct.
intelligence roll, please.
Oh, these are my best.
Yeah, no. The spell releases, doesn't seem to have any effect on the dragon.
Okie dokie. With that, Het will move 30 feet right into the deer next to Namaris.
Take 2d6 healing as you move into it.
Oh, thank goodness, that is wonderful. I would roll that on the screen. And with my bonus action, I would like to... How do I make it 2d6? Ah, there we go. With my bonus action, I would like to move the Book of Souls up another 20 feet, so it should be at about 60 feet now.
It is done.
That was 10 healing for me as well, and I
Awesome.
believe that is it for Het.
As it for Het, Namaris, you're up. So 15 feet to stand up, which I've done so already. You are able to fly, so you can move 45 feet into the air if you wish. As
Can I do it diagonally towards
You can.
where Kosuss went?
Well, you go straight up 45 feet, or diagonally, it'll get you maybe 25 feet if you move diagonally.
That's fine.
You'll pretty much get to where Sadiq is. Just slightly behind him. But you're both hovering around the same level. No, Sadiq will be up above you. He double moved.
Sorry.
So you can use your action to move another 60 feet
Nice.
if you wish.
Bonus action surge? Is that what it's called? Yeah,
Don't-
I'll go with that
You don't
too.
have an action surge. You're not a fighter.
Or a bonus.
You can use
Oh,
your
dash,
action
whatever you
to
call it.
dash,
Yeah, that.
which means you do not get an attack, although you can't see anything to attack at this point.
I can't see anything to attack anyway, so I will do that.
You will probably get to the same height as Sadiq and probably get out in front of him by about 15 feet. You are unable to see
Okay.
anything at this point. That is your turn, and at the end of your turn, as it so happens, Poof reappears, just almost like stepping out of the shadow. Sort of appears and moves forward enough to put with about 20 feet away from you, Ildri. Puts him 15 feet away from Maris and about 45, 50 feet away from Sadiq. Pardon me. And he will use a legendary action. And he is going to make a tail attack, which will probably strike both Maris and Ildri as he spins, spinning his tail around. You both need to make a dexterity saving throw, please. At advantage, Namaris. because you can see it. Don't forget your d4s.
Did I have to roll that? Sorry, I was reading something.
No, you are fine.
Oh, cool.
What is yours?
24.
24. That is a failure.
You got an
And-
inspire, Namaris.
Yep.
Inspiration Namaris. You won't be able to use it for that roll because you've already made the roll. So you have to be on.
Okay.
You have to wait till another
I
turn.
was going to ask how I did it anyway, because I've forgotten.
So inspiration is a d10 to add to a roll.
So I failed a 24.
Good.
Holy crap.
Ildri, what was your dexterity save?
It 15 plus 4.
19.
Well, I gotta roll it. Yeah, well, plus 3. 18.
18. They both failed, so
Yep.
you will both take 14 points of bludgeoning damage. Namaris, yours is halved anyway because you're raging.
Okay.
As he socks you both with his tail, but he is now visible. Next up, it's the rider's turn. And the rider is going to... Is going to cast this gnarly spell. So we're going to have Badoosh out there,
Oh, fuck.
a fireball.
Just a question, dear.
Yes, what?
Have you missed me?
No, not according. You're at the top of the round. We haven't got the end of the
Yeah.
round yet.
Okay, just checking. Because I thought you.
There's a lot going on.
I thought Ildri was last in line.
Yeah, it was last.
Were you?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
and
yes,
then he's
maybe you
before
did.
me.
Okay, your turn. I don't know how I missed you, but yes, your turn.
Thank you. Well,
You got to
And
inspire, Ali.
got an inspire you too.
Yeah.
thank you.
All intents and
I'm-
purposes, your turn would have been null and void because you wouldn't have been able to see
Yeah,
anything
so,
anyway.
What I was going to do anyway was hold my turn till after Ildri anyway.
Hold your action, so therefore, after Ildri's turn, you see the dragon appear.
And I'll continue to do that until something I'm hoping happens, but we'll see.
Just hold your action until what happens. You have to
Well,
be specific.
Okay, I want to take the rider out, of course.
With what?
Dan, I want to take the rider out.
Yeah.
After the rider gets taken out, I'm going to get Ildri to hopefully get above
What,
Kosuss.
you're gonna have to discuss that
Yeah,
during
I
the
know.
combat. You don't tell me what's going on. What are you holding your action for, specifically?
At the moment, I'm holding it after Ildri, so every time Ildri takes a turn, I'll take a turn.
Can't do that.
Okay, then.
You're on the initiative. I mean, you could, but it just becomes kind of weird.
Okay. Well, I'll hold my.
You were able to hold your action this turn because you couldn't see anything.
Yep. All right.
So what you could hold your action until target presented itself, which it has after her turn.
Well,
so you
I'll-
can now
I'll
take
take
your
the rider.
action,
I'll take the rider.
which you can pretty much see face to face right now.
Yeah. 20 to hit.
That will hit.
That's 9 piercing.
'Cause you would have to talk to Ildri before you could sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, waiting to her to possibly do something without instruction is kind of mitigate.
Yeah. That's 18 force.
18 force.
Uh, 31 to hit. 8 piercing. Twelve force.
What was the second hit? Sorry.
31 to hit.
Holy crap. Okay. And 13 force.
8 damage, 8 piercing, and 12
Force.
force.
Okie dokie. So the rider is now looking a little bloody. He is not looking healthy.
He's probably hating me right now.
He is hating you a lot. And so who did we get up to? Held it up till after Ildry. Probably
You
back.
were about to cast a fireball.
That's right, I was too. I was about to cast a fireball, which hit. You'll need to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Going to cast that level.
Oh, just a 13.
Just a 13. That would definitely be failure. Sorry, sir.
Sadiq and I are okay, aren't we?
Yeah, that's guys are out of it. You're up in the air. So, because he's casting it at the higher level, that many d6. So 32 points of fire damage, which for you I think is halved because you are resistant.
No, I'm vulnerable and resistant, so it's just normal.
Okay, so 32 points of fire damage. And that'll be pretty much his turn, I think. Else action. Not much else he can do. With that is now Corym's turn, who is also flying, sees the dragon reappear and casts
Sorry, DM. After that fireball, I'm going to
Arctic Rebuke.
Arctic Rebuke. Yeah, I think it's about time.
I think it's about time. Well done. Roll the damage. Dex save on that, isn't it?
It is indeed. And there it is.
And he failed with an 8.
And that's 17 on the roll, plus 3 for my modifier, so that is 20
20 points
ice
of
damage,
ice
cold
damage. Use his reaction this turn.
No, I don't believe so.
Not really going to make any difference anyway. He'll take 20 points of ice damage. He is looking bloody. So, with that, that is pretty much his turn. Sadiq, you're up. Rider is looking bloody. You're about 20 feet away from the dragon and the rider. The dragon hasn't really taken much damage at all, but the rider's looking pretty worse for wear.
I'm hoping to change that about the dragon not taking much damage, because I'm going to fly up to the dragon and try to make some damage.
Go for it. Roll your attack, sir.
26 without the D4, so I
That
guess
will
that's a
hit. That will definitely.
Now, he's been marked, and I'm also burning...
What has he been marked with?
He's been marked, so I know exactly where he is at all times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also doing another thing, giving him a brand, which I'll tell you about later.
Okay.
And now to do damage.
Is it not pertinent to it right now?
Well, we'll say that if he tries to teleport, dash. Okay, I'll read it out.
Yeah, it's probably easier to tell me just so we don't fuck around later.
Yeah, he can't dash anymore.
Yep.
If he attempts to teleport or leave the current plane via ability, spell, or portal, he will take some psychic damage.
Okay.
And have to make a will save, or if he passes the will save, he'll be able to teleport. If he doesn't, it fails.
Nope. I'll make a note of that, but keep track of that.
Yep. And he just took 45 points of damage.
What type of damage?
Okay, so 6 plus 4 plus 3 is normal slashing damage.
Okay.
Then he got 5, 6, and 3 of the Dragon Slayer damage.
Yep.
And then 18 points of radiant damage.
Taken.
And
Oh, pardon me.
Now for another attack.
Second attack.
I might roll the d4 for that one, just in case. 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Alright. And... Okay, so 15 points of slashing, 13 points of the Dragon Slayer, and 8 points of radiant. And that's that done.
As you strike twice with your Dragon Slayer's greatsword, you do open up a reasonable wound, and he feels it. He roars loudly. He's not looking hurt per se, but he definitely felt that attack, and didn't really reel from it. But you have opened up a small wound. So that is your turn. And next up is his turn. He will, Ildri and Alessandrus, you will both need to make a save for me, please. What it is? Wisdom save thing. And hit. And Corym.
Can I use my legendary action to choose to save?
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna do one of those then.
Yep, you get three. You get 3 legendary resistances, so you got 2 left.
So this inspiration is
It's a D10. It's a D10.
If I get a 21, is that a pass?
I'm not telling you.
16 for hit.
You'll have to choose to take the inspiration or not. 16 for hit.
Great.
Save for Corym is 25, so he. What was yours, Alessandrus?
That was a 19.
So Alessandrus, you failed. Ildri passed. Hit, you failed. Corym passed. So Alessandrus and Hit, you are both frightened as he uses his frightful presence. So you can repeat the save at the end of your turn. So you are at the moment you will not be able to advance on him, and any attacks on him will be at disadvantage.
Is this at Kosuss?
At Kosuss, yes.
Okay.
With that, he will now make melee attacks. Be 2 claw attacks and a bite attack. Pretty much all beyond Sadiq, because you are the closest to him and you just attacked him. So his first is 2 claw attacks. First one is a 27 to hit. Second is 25. Bite attack is a 36 to hit.
Yeah, they all miss. And he also just took 9 points of psychic damage.
No problem. So you take plus 18, 5 plus 15. So you take 50 points of piercing slashing damage. And he takes, was it 9 points of psychic?
Yeah.
Take that damage. Your damage. That is his turn. Ildri, your turn. As his frightful presence does not affect you, using your legendary resistance, take off the effect.
I'm gonna do the same thing back to him and his rider with a frightful presence back with a wisdom save.
They will both pass that save because they passed the save earlier, so they are both now immune to that effect.
And I will do my bites and 2 claws. So
At Kosuss or the rider?
At Kosuss.
Kosuss, no problem.
14 plus 17 is.
That's a hit.
20.
It's definitely a hit.
And then the second, the claw attack's going to be 12 plus 17.
That hits.
And third attack's gonna be. Oh, that might not hit.
19. No, that one will.
D4,
Two.
D4.
Don't forget
Plus
D4s. It probably still will miss unless you roll a max.
Yay! Max.
Yep, that'll hit.
All right.
Hit with a
Oh,
23.
nice.
He needs to make a concentration save for that last lot of damage too. 15.
I did it already. I got a
Yep.
21. I put it in the chat and in the roll box.
Awesome.
The first damage is 16 plus 10 for 26.
26 of
For the
his
bite, that's piercing.
piercing.
And the claw. Sorry, it's taking so long,
Right.
guys. Is another 2d10. That's 6 plus 10 for 16.
Slashing damage. Final damage on third attack.
The final one is 13 plus 10, 23.
Very nice. As Ildri gets into Kosuss's face, he doesn't even acknowledge you're there. He doesn't look at you. He's focused solely on Sadiq, but you flash out both claws and then bite into his wing. And he feels it. Roars once again in pain as it sort of rips his wing back out from your grasp. Still doesn't really acknowledge you. Like, he looks at you, but when he looks at you, you're not seeing him. He's not seeing you. His eyes are different. His facial features are different. It's definitely him, but it's not him at the same time.
For my bonus attack, I'm going to say, hit me, you coward. I was going to cuss, but I didn't.
And his response will be, as you wish. And with that, it is Elishandris' turn.
I'll see how I can't attack the dragon.
Oh, you,
Well, I
or you
can't-
can, but at disadvantage. You just can't move closer to him, but you're on a dragon who is getting close to him, so you really have no choice. Your attacks will be at disadvantage on the dragon, or you can attack the rider still.
I'm going for that damn rider.
Roll your...
22 to hit.
He will use his reaction and throw up a shield once again, which will... Your attack will ricochet off the shield.
31 to hit. Beat that one.
Second one will hit, definitely.
Okay, 10 piercing. And 25 force.
With that second arrow strikes him center mass, center of the chest, sending him toppling off the dragon and falling, hitting the ground somewhere you're not entirely sure where. Is about 80 feet in the air. Not sure if he's dead or not, but he is no longer on the dragon.
With that, I tell Ildri, try and get above Kosuss for me, please.
So Alessandros yells out to Ildri, get above Kosuss. With that, at the end, is that your turn? So with that, Kosuss is going to use a legendary action. And he is going to make a hail attack at you, Ildri. So you will need to make a dexterity saving throw.
I'm going to use my second legendary action to
So you're going to use a legendary
To
resistance
save,
to
That's it,
make
yeah.
that save. So you take half this damage. So you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
As he flicks his tail around, it catches you just under the arm, almost under the armpit, under your front arm there. Catches in the ribs. It hurts, but it's not too bad. And you see that flash of anger in his eyes. That the brilliant yellow turns almost orangey red there for a moment as he uses that action. With that is now Hit's turn, and Maris on board after that.
Hit will... Man, this dragon so obviously I'm not very happy to look at Kosuss, so I'm
No.
turning to the dragon behind me. Oh, I'm standing in the deer. I get 2d6.
Get
here, don't
2d6, you still, yes. As you turn and face that dragon, however, it slowly vanishes before your eyes.
Oh, well, that's excellent. Yes, begone, dragon thing. Hit. Oh, this is easy choice then. I cannot move toward Kosuss, right?
No, you cannot.
So I'm going to go 15, 20. I'm going to go 30 feet to the left of me, see if I can get a viewpoint of that other rider.
There is no other rider. Rider is down.
Oh, I couldn't see behind the other, so the rider is dead, is he?
You're not sure if he's dead, but he's down. You can't see him from where you... Even if you move all the way out there, you can't get an eye line on where he might be. He's no longer on the dragon.
Okay. I'm going to move the Book of Souls 20 feet towards the big dragon. It's close. Well, if I have to go around Yildri, I have to.
Probably go under her, actually. Just in between there. Still not quite close enough, but...
Yeah. How high in the air are they? Is Kosuss?
80 feet.
Okay,
Give or take. Give or take.
The book's got to go another 20 to get it with it, and then another 20 to get above him, so that's fine.
Put a little bit. Yeah.
Sweet.
Slides so you guys can see an idea of what's happening there.
Okay, seeing I couldn't see anything from there, as my action, I am going to use my...
It's got another luck as well by the looks of that.
Oh, thank you very much, whoever did that. Who is looking the most worse for wear out there, looking around my compatriots, because my deed beyond isn't up.
So, you would have to make a perception check because they're all in the air right now.
Oh, crap.
And they're all sort of 60 feet in the air. It's kind of hard to see.
Okay, knowing that I don't want to waste a perception check, I will heal myself. Using the Rod of Resurrection, I will cast heal on myself.
Okay, 70 points of healing as an action.
And that is it for hit this round.
That is it for hit this round. So, with that, named Maris, it is your turn.
Right, can I finally get close enough to hit him with my swags?
You certainly can. You move in next to Sadiq there, still flying as Corym is hanging back holding the spell, and you are now within melee range of your foe.
First one is 23 to hit.
That will hit.
That's 9 points of slashing damage.
9 points of slashing damage with Helm's Vengeance. Don't forget your rage bonus as well.
Oh, add 3 points to that, so that makes it
12 points of slashing. Your second attack. Don't forget you also have Divine Smite.
I do,
Paladyn.
and I'm going to cast that now.
Yep, so you're going to put it into the second hit?
Yep.
Okay, so roll to hit.
Oh, God.
Roll your d4. You can add it to that first hit, because you don't have to call it before.
Well, I could add it to that first one, but yeah.
It's up to you. I'll allow it.
Will miss. Oh, yeah, do it. So,
Okay,
it's
so add
2d8.
your 2d8 damage to the first hit with one smite. Your second one will definitely miss.
Yeah.
So 2d8,
Six.
so 6 points of radiant damage
Yeah. And
with
I'm
a
actually
divine
going to,
smite.
with my bonus, I am going to turn on my Helm's Vengeance special.
Which gives you a...
thing.
You've already got a bless, so you don't really need...
Well, I'll...
'Cause
I
it
will
works
turn it on
exactly... Yeah, it works exactly the same as bless, so you don't... At
Plus
the moment,
two.
you don't
Okay.
need it.
Okay, I'll leave that then.
Save it for when bless drops and you need it off. So that's your turn.
That's my turn.
Is your turn. Next up, Lord Corym, holding concentration on this the spell, and now he is going to you might not be able to see it either, but what he's going to do is he's going to take out of his component pouch, so he grabs a handful of clay, piece of glass, and sort of holds them in his hand, runs his hand over top of it, and they all sort of meld together, and he releases it and Kosuss will need to make an intelligence save, I believe. And where is it? And save. So Kosuss will make an intelligence save of a 10. That is a failure. So it's very interesting indeed. Kosuss takes 13 points of psychic damage, and he drops to the ground. Doesn't drop, but he descends to the ground. Now on the ground, and his eyes glaze over. Not you guys in front of him, not entirely sure what's happened, but he is looking kind of weird right now. Actually, no, he's not. He will use a legendary resistance to make that save. I forgot all about those. So he's going to use his legendary resistance to make the save. He'll still take the damage. He will remain in the air. My bad. As a bonus action, Corym is not going to do it. Bonus action. So, that is Corym's turn. Next up is Sadiq. Still within melee range of this creature.
Okay. Good. I'm going to pull out a...
Hit and Fiona both make wisdom saves against the fear again, please. You're able to make them at the end.
Am I?
Yes, you too. 18. Hit. You got your D4 on it, so it's 20.
Yeah.
Frightful. No, that's a failure, so you're still frightened. Alessandros, you're still frightened as well. Oh no, you're immune, Elder. You're fine. Saved before with your legendary resistance.
Can I use my luck as a luck reroll, right?
Yes, you can re-roll.
Thanks, lady.
You get another luck or an inspiration, Ellie.
I got an inspiration.
Hey.
Oh, it's worse. Never
It's
mind.
worse. Sorry, guys. So yeah, Sadiq, you're up.
Alright. So, first thing I'm going to take a healing pot.
Yep. Bonus
Heal
action.
myself. That's my action. Then I'm going to take a swing at Kosuss. An inspiration is a D10.
A D10, correct.
Triple attack, isn't it?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm
Any
gonna
attack
use that.
or saving throw, you can add the D10.
And a D4 as well. So
It'll still
15,
miss.
19 points, so it's a miss.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Oh, one
Um,
looks a bit better. Maybe
I'm gonna
not.
turn another inspiration.
You're lucky you got a few of those.
Yeah. So 18.
I think that'll still miss.
That's a 20.
20?
24. No, 20. No, wait a minute. So 18, 19, 20, 23.
23. That will hit.
Excellent.
Get one hit
Yeah.
with your Dragon Slayer Greatsword.
Oh, where the hell is it? Because it's actually special type of damage. Dragon, evil, 43 points of damage.
Nice. Again, hacking into that same wound.
And at the same time, I'm going to strip any resistance he's got to Radiant,
Okay.
which is going to hurt me. So I better roll that too.
Better roll that damage as well. So, for all intents and purposes, you are certain that any resistance he had to Radiant is no longer in effect.
Yeah.
That's your turn.
That is my turn.
So, it is now his turn. He is going to now take a deep breath in. Got to roll dice here. Does not get that one back, but he has this one. So I need everyone in front of him. So Alessandros, Ildri, Maris, and Sadiq to make dexterity saving throws, please.
Breath weapon.
Say breath weapon, and as he takes a deep breath in, well, you can see it coming, you know it's coming, so yours will be at advantage. Yeah. So your DC is 22 to beat, guys.
Damn it, I only got 19.
You have failed. Take full damage.
With a D4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
So-
still failed.
Alessandro, it's yours, please.
29.
Yes, half damage. Ildri,
9. So we
failure,
don't
full
roll.
damage. Sadiq,
25.
yes, half damage. So 67 points of fire damage, half for those that succeeded, full damage for those that failed, and you are also alight. You're also set on fire, so you'll take 4 points of fire damage each turn in succession until you use an action to put that fire out.
So that's 60 what?
67 fire damage.
And that's 30.
So half hurts to 30,
33.
33.
Ouch.
And that is pretty much his turn. So Ildri, you're up next.
Remember what I yelled out?
I'm going to move above him and
You were immediately attacked with him. As you move out of his range, he is going to get an attack of opportunity.
Sorry.
bring it.
So
Okay,
he will
that
make a claw attack as you move away from his melee range, which is only an 18, so I believe that will miss you.
Yeah.
So he misses as he lashes out with a claw as you leave his melee range. How far away from above him are you going to? You did
Oh, sorry. About 10 feet above him.
About 10 feet above?
Not very
Okay.
far.
no worries.
I'm going to try a cold breath attack
Okay,
on him, which is a con save.
on save. He will use a legendary resistance to automatically save.
So I'll take half, so I'm gonna make
All them clicking, a lot of dice.
half of 69.
69, so that'll be 34.
There we go.
34 points of cold damage.
And I think that's it for me.
No problem. He has taken some damage. He's still not looking overly hurt, but he's definitely being whittled down, guys. So you're getting close.
Oh. I do have a question. Is the guy, it's a cone. So if I aim it, is the guy on the ground? We don't know if he's dead yet.
You don't know if he's dead or alive, and
Would
guys
it
are
hit
still 80 odd feet. Probably not.
Okay, I wouldn't hit him. Okay,
No.
that's it.
So that is your turn. We are back to the initiative order with Alessandros.
Okay, so I'm going to use the Earring of Sending. Tell Ildri, if she can, to drop down on Kosuss, force him to the ground.
Which she can't do until her turn.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to hold my action till after her turn, if that's possible.
Well, you have to hold it for something specific, so you can't just say after her turn. What specifically do you want to happen?
Okay, so I want Ildri to drop down on Kosuss, taking him to the ground. After that happens, I'm going to shadow step to Kosuss' back and place the rod on his back.
You're going to attempt to do that. Okay, so you're going to hold your action until Kosuss is forced to the ground.
Yes.
What you're saying. Cool.
Well, I can't really attack him while I can. It's just, yeah.
No, that's fine. You can do that. You can hold your action with that. You can use your free action to give the instruction. Everyone would have heard that. With the Earring Ascending, you're all within range. So you are holding your action. Het, it is your turn. Amaris, you're on board after that. So you all would have heard Alessandros' instruction.
Okay. Het is going to move 30 feet back into the deer radius.
She'll give you 2d6 of healing as you enter into its radius.
Oh, Het loves a bit of healing, but it doesn't need it at the moment. That's just because where it came from. Then as a bonus action, Het is going to Misty Step 30 feet to the right to see what he can see. Do I have...
You can see the remains of the rider. He definitely looks quite dead.
And do I have visual on my two allies, Sadiq and Amaris?
You can see them from there. They're up in, like, they're 60 feet up, 60, 80 feet up in the air at this point. You can see them. From you, they're probably about 80 feet, 80, 90 feet away from you, but you can see them. With your vision, no problem at all.
Okay, so I would see that Sadiq is damaged.
You'd know that they've definitely taken damage. You've seen the breath weapon. You know that they're hurting.
Cool. I can see remains of fire.
You probably wouldn't be able to tell how much damage, but you can definitely see that they're all on fire right now.
Okay, it's a hard choice because I know whose Het is. They're doing a good job. So Het is going to use that Rod of Resurrection again, and he is going to cast Heal on Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Sadiq.
So 70 points of healing to Sadiq as you expend the third charge from the Rod of Resurrection.
Correct. And action, bonus action, move. That is it for Het.
But for Het,
Het is going to use his Earring of Sending and go, I don't know what's up with that rider, guys, but keep your eyes peeled. End.
So with that, we're back at the top. So I don't think he's used legendary action this turn. So Kosuss is going to...
do I make it safe for fright?
Yes, if you're still frightened, you have to make a wisdom save.
19 plus a d4.
So you got DC 21 is what you're aiming for.
Well, I got that now.
So you are now not frightened of him anymore and are immune to the effect.
Sweet.
Just a question: should I have made a?
You're holding your action, but yeah, you should have made it indeed.
Wisdom on that.
Yes, DC 20.
No, I'm still.
No, you're still frightened. You're not going to be able to jump on his back at this point. Unable to move toward. So, with that, Namaris, it is... Oh no, he's going to use a legendary action, which is going to use a tail attack against Sadiq. Not Sadiq. What? No, he's not. He's going to use his wing attack. So everybody in front of you, in front of him, Namaris, Sadiq, Ildru, you're above him, so you probably won't have to worry about this. So Namaris and Sadiq, dex saves, please. In advantage. No advantage, Namaris. Just a straight roll. That is a failure for you. It's a success.
25.
So with that, Namaris, you take 17 points of bludgeoning, halved. And you'll be you are flying, so you will be descended half your flying speed as he smacks down. So you're now 30 feet below him. You're not prone. You're able to maintain your flight. Now your height's been reduced by 30 feet, so you'll have to use that movement to get back up to him. Sadiq, you will take no damage, I believe, if you save on that. Doesn't say half, so you will take no damage from that attack and will not be knocked.
So do I take half just because I'm raging?
Because you're resistant and rage.
Okay, sweet.
It's bludgeoning damage, so reason for that.
Sweet.
So Namaris, it is now your turn, so you're going to have to use obviously 30 feet of movement to get back to...
Which is what I'm going to do.
Into his face and make your attacks.
And I am going to attack him with Helm's Vengeance. The first one is gonna miss whether or not I use the 16, so even with a +4.
It will, yes. It will.
And a nat one. Fuck.
So 2 misses.
So that's 11.
The bludgeoning damage has you seeing stars as you are unable to strike out at Kosuss at this point. Next up is Corym, as he looks on, holding this fly spell. He will try. He is going to cast Blight as he move within. Cast Blight, so a swarm of dark energy just starts swirling around Kosuss. Although doesn't seem to damage that Corym was hoping. It's bothering him, but it doesn't seem to have done any damage. Next up is Kosuss himself. He is going to move up in between you, Ildri, out of your guys' melee range, swoop down within 20 feet of Het. So Ildri, Sadiq, and Namaris all get an attack of opportunity.
Got to interrupt you there. He can't move through anyone.
Didn't move through anyone. He moved around you. Left your melee and moved around you.
Okay. We'll let that alone.
So literally, he was in front of you. He's used his wings to fly up above you and fly over top of you, out of your melee range, past Ildri. Alisondus, you won't get the attack of opportunity because of your current position. But Ildri will, Namaris will, and so Ildri, yours first, please.
18 plus 17, 25.
That'll hit. The damage.
It is 7. It doesn't seem right, does it?
Just a melee attack, so it'll be
Yeah.
your claw attack.
Claw. Yeah, 2d6.
It doesn't
plus-
seem.
Oh, 17.
I was going to say 17.
Plus 10.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't seem right. 17, that's better. So 17 points of slashing damage as you claw at him as he moves past. Sadiq, your attack of opportunity.
30, 20.
It'll hit. Actually, no, it won't. 30, 20. No, it won't hit.
Okay.
Namaris,
What about the D4?
that with the D4?
That was with
Yeah.
the D4.
And Namaris,
Oh, that was shit.
I missed.
you
with
missed
the
as
nat
well.
one, so it's an
Another nat
11.
1. Holy crap, woman. You've rolled the most nat 1s tonight. So with that, he then, as he moves, turns and you hear him chuckling as he flies past you guys as the only one that hits is you, Ildri. He says, "I will hit you where you hurt most." And he once again breathes in. And you do have words, Namaris. Jesus Christ.
I may have words, but that was a message for you, not the whole party.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't need to tell me that. You tell me that when it happens. Where was I? Oh, hit. You need to take a dexterity saving throw, I believe.
Dix. There we go.
Double check.
And I am going to add my
Yes, it is
inspiration,
Dex.
which I was gifted just before, so I'm going to add a D10 to that.
The D10.
For a total of 22.
22. That is exactly what you needed. Take half of 83 points of necrotic damage. So 41 points of necrotic damage.
Thank the Steel Lady for that. And thank you for the inspiration back there, Minep. Oops. Damage taken.
It's taken. That is pretty much his turn, I think.
Oh, well, thank you, Drex. I have another inspiration. Excellent.
Hildry, you're up.
All right. I'm going to. So I'm going to get above him.
Yep.
And then. Am I able to pin him down when I attack, or is that?
Well, you won't be able to attack and pin him. You'll have to make the choice.
I was thinking like a slam or something similar.
Well, I'll do my multi-attack and my claws. I'm gonna try to hit him downward, like if I can. It's up to you, really. But
again, you'd have to make the choice. If you want to try and pin him, you'll have to use the action to be strength v strength to try and take him out of the sky, or attack him.
All right. Is it just a strength roll?
It'll be strength versus strength, yeah. So it'll be your strength versus.
All right. Let's go. Yeah,
Right,
we'll do it.
Roll your strength.
I get a plus. Oh boy.
Ooh,
Plus 10 of that, so that's only 15.
15. He didn't roll too well either, so he got an
And D4.
18
Oh, and a D4.
and a D4. So if you get 3 or more on that dice,
1.
unfortunately, as you send down on top of him, trying to force him down, he's able to use his wing buffet to force back, and you were able to dip him down maybe 10 feet before he pushed you back probably 5. So you're kind of there still, but unable to force him down to the ground.
In my bonus action, I'll move my stag towards hat 30. I get 30 feet for that, so it should hit him.
Yep, you'll
With
definitely-
2d6.
Definitely get him again, so 2d6 for you get.
We'll get.
Thank you, Yurtri.
We're now back to the top of the initiative order with Alessandros. Have a held action, which is from the last turn. Either use it now or lose it and try that again. Hold another action this turn.
I'll hold again.
You know you can't. You're still frightened of him, so you know you can't
Yeah.
move forward against him.
So,
Can make an attack, it'll be a disadvantage.
no, I'll hold again.
We'll hold
If,
again.
if what I'm planning works, awesome.
Hey, well, that's the whole idea. If anything works, it's awesome. So that you're going to hold your action once again.
Yeah.
That's hit. You're up.
17. Wisdom save.
Failure.
Okay.
Still
D4.
frightened.
Oh, I had D4.
Even with a 4, you'll still fail.
Do you have inspiration or do you have luck?
Actually, I believe I do.
I think you just got one before.
Yeah. So D10, wasn't it?
Yep.
So 26.
That'll hit.
No, that's a save.
Oh, that's your save? That'll hit. Yes, you save.
Not quite anymore.
Okay, so hit's turn. Now, starting in the stag, do I get another 2d6? Is that how this works?
I think as it moved into you get the D6. I don't know if you get it twice.
2d6 heal on your turn. So you roll your 2d6. I'll look it up while you're doing your thing.
Sweet. Okay. Hit is going to... He does not like being under the shadow of Kosuss. Kosuss is above him in the sky, right?
Yes. About
he's-
20 feet. So he's not that far away from you.
And he sees everyone doing their thing, and he's like, okay. He's going to Misty Step as his bonus action 30 feet towards the downed rider.
Okay. Moving towards the rider.
And at that Misty Step of 30 feet, am I able to see if the rider is active or inactive?
As far as even from that, he looks dead.
Hit is going to move another 30 feet diagonally, not directly towards the rider, but diagonally towards the top right corner of the map with his feet, with his walking.
Yep.
And he is going to uncork the demon bottle at the rider,
Okay.
the iron flask, and he is going to say, Wenta, which those of you who speak Elvish would know that means devour. And if the creature is alive, first he is going to activate gain on his loot, so the creature must make a save at disadvantage if it is alive.
Nothing seems to happen.
Okay, that is a good check.
At this, you would definitely determine that he is quite dead.
Okay, I put the stopper back in the bottle, and I click the switch on my loot again, and think, oh well, that was a little bit wasted, but at least we know for sure. And that is all for hit this round.
No problem. Next up is Nemaris.
Right, I am going to get as close to him as I can.
You should be able to get, when he's descended a little bit with the movement, you'll get, which will give you advantage on the attack at flanking.
Which will be 19 to hit with the first one, which doesn't.
Oh.
I did.
Okay, so
Oh
that will
god,
miss.
and it's not going to work for the second. 21.
Add your d4. Was that with the d4?
No, that's not with the d4. 24.
That will hit.
With the second one, and Divine Smite before I go any further.
Problem. So add your Divine Smite into that.
So that's 18 points of normal damage.
And the Divine Smite.
A 13.
13. Divine Smite. So, and is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Next up, Kosuss is going to use a legendary action. Going to turn around. He's not going to leave anyone's turn around, and once again he's going to flash out Nemaris with a tail strike. So, yeah, tail strike. So he's going to need to make a dexterity saving throw, which will be an advantage for you.
And with a d4.
So what's that, 23?
21.
21, that will be a failure. So you'll take 19 points of bludgeoning damage, which will halve to 9. And what happens to Nemaris as you take this down? Okay?
Nope.
Nope, you good?
I'm good.
Sure?
She's not looking very happy, but she's okay.
Right. So she's looking pretty bloody, would you say? Yeah, nah, maybe?
Yeah.
So, with that, Orm's turn. Going... Ooh. Going to move away from the dragon. Not stupid enough to hang around close enough to that thing. And he is going to cast 4 Eldritch Blasts. Or on top of that,
Actually,
be 15, so that'll miss.
I hit heal instead of damage.
Take it away.
So I'm currently lying on the floor.
So you have dropped.
Yep.
Okay, so
No.
you'll have to cut.
Sorry, DM hit has a reaction if a character drops. I am going to...
He's falling out of the sky at the moment.
Oh, that is not good for her. Okay, she
give
will
me
hit the ground first then.
Yes, she will. So you fall approximately 20 feet because it wasn't that high up. So you'll take 6, 12. Basically, you'll hit. You're already unconscious, aren't you? So you will lose 1 death save.
And as she hits, as a reaction, Het will hold his lute forth and say, "No, Steel Lady, give her sanctuary." And my reaction, instead of her being reduced to 0 hit points, she is now has 1d4 plus my Constitution modifier, so a d4 plus 2 hit points.
So you have 6 hit points.
I will roll the d4.
Okay.
Oops, it's not 2d4, it's only 1 days, you idiot. We'll try that again. So yes, 6 hit points. you have ESP, DM.
So he also takes. Wrong one. Button. Well, so 13 points of force damage as the Eldritch Blast does hit him. So Namaris, you're at 6 hit points. So you hit the ground, and in almost an instant, your breath comes back to your body. And your eyes flutter open. You still have fly on you, so you can regain. You are prone, but you can regain and reascend. But you are at 6. Kosuss will take 13 points of damage from Corymn. Sadiq, it is now your turn. You're going to do the same thing. You'll also have advantage into behind him. You've got advantage on the attack.
Okay. Well, that's
Gonna-
good, 'cause that one sucked.
You are in a flanking position.
22 to hit.
That will miss.
Bugger. Alright, we'll try again then. Come on. Dice bottle, let me roll. And the D4 because, why the hell
Because
not?
why not?
Once I can actually see, so that'd be 25.
That'll hit.
And go over here and we click on this one. He took 41 points of damage.
Nice big attack. He once again roars out, this time in pain, as you right.
Also, because I see Ellie's not actually doing anything.
Yeah, you probably would have by this time noticed that she's not really doing a whole lot.
So that's another 22 points I can't heal. She is now no longer feared, charmed, or possessed.
What's the range on it?
60 feet? Within 60 feet of me.
He's within
yeah.
60.
Yeah.
There you go, Elisonus. You're frightened. You're no longer frightened.
Yeah, that's okay. Whatever.
Well, and no, she can't be frightened, possessed, or charmed at all.
But does that ward her against being that, or does
Yep.
it remove it once she is frightened?
It removes it and then wards her
Okay.
against it.
No drama.
What if I didn't have it in the first place?
Doesn't make a difference.
It just means you can't be affected by it any
You can't
further
be
either.
affected by it.
Shut up and say thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just shush,
And it-
trashy.
Yeah, shut. I just took damage for you.
Thank you,
Shut,
thank you,
shut
thank
up.
you, thank you.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. I amplified that.
Just bleed for you.
Who actually cast that spell? Who actually
It's not a spell.
frightened him?
It's not a
It
spell.
was
It's
it was
just
a legendary action.
it's just a frightful presence as a
Because the creature that frightened him just took 3d6 psychic damage. Unless they... Oh no, and they have to make a will save as well.
that against the spell though, because it's not a spell.
It doesn't say spell,
Doesn't
it just says the creature that charmed, frightened, or possessed the target.
Okay. So
Your curse.
a wisdom save or
Wisdom saving throw.
He will use a legendary resistance to save on that.
Which means he doesn't get stunned, but he still gets the damage.
Okay. So 3d6 psychic.
So he just takes once the roller rolls.
14
I think
points.
that's 14. Sounds good.
14 points of psychic damage. No problem.
And that's my turn.
That's your turn. Right, so that is your turn. So next up it is his turn. Once again, he is going to fly up and over all of you and back down towards Het. So again, Ildri, Sadiq, and Amaris and Alessandros will get attacks of opportunity. As you won't get it with your bow, it'll be with a melee weapon as he flies out of range, so you can attempt to do it. Amaris first, please.
23 to hit.
That'll hit. Damage.
Why am I hit with my longbow? Oh my god!
Wrong weapon. Hurry up.
So that would have been a 27 anyway, and 16 points of damage.
15 points of damage. Sadiq.
27 to hit.
Yep.
41 points of damage.
On an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Shitballs.
Dragon Slayer, and I've got all the writs and stuff on it, so...
Ebers.
Nice.
Alessandros.
Using the snakebite scimitar.
Yep.
With a 20 to hit.
That'll miss.
Alright, done.
D4.
Even with a D4 it'll miss. Probably.
Okay.
Unless you roll a 4.
I miss.
You missed. Oh, a 3 or a 4. Ildri, your attack of opportunity.
26 to hit.
That'll hit.
And it was 16 points of damage.
Nice. He roars in pain as he moves away. Once again, targeting Het. Het, you'll need to make another dexterity saving throw, please. You guys all, if you didn't spend an action to put out the flames, will all take 4 points of fire damage too. So Sadiq, Amaris, Ildri, and I believe Alessandros from earlier. So make sure you mark your 4 points of fire damage as well, please. We're all still alight from the fire breath that you did. So your dex save, Het, please.
It's a 3.
Oh no. So as he breathes in once again, and this time you take 72 points of fire damage, and you're also set alight.
Okay, so Het goes, that hurts, and he falls down unconscious.
So Bless will also drop.
Bless will drop.
As Het falls on the battlefield. And a huge fiery breath. I would imagine Corym definitely sees you probably all see it as you sort of turn to see where Kosuss is going. You see Het just engulfed in flame. And as the flame dissipates, you see Het lying in the dirt, unmoving. Next up is Ildri. As you see this happen, Ildri lets out a loud roar. And I dare say she moves directly straight into attack.
Run straight into it. Can I know there's not much space. I can't get in between him and Het, can I?
I would say you would. You'd be able to get in front of him. You'd both be hovering above Het because he's sort of above him, 20, 30 feet above him. So
yeah,
I would say
to interfere between that.
So we will kind of move this.
Move everybody back.
Move everyone down the map. Body down. See what's happening. Look, hit over a little bit. Closer here. Book of Souls will drop as well. Now we can sort of see what's going on. You want to move on to this side. Kosuss, positioning yourself over top of him. Oh no! Oh, something fell off. So we'll put you in that position there.
I think that's a sign of things to come, isn't it?
Possibly.
As I said, duct tape.
So with that, Ildry, your turn. You've moved in, placing yourself, pretty much trying to put yourself between Het and Kosuss at this point. And he's looking at you, and with his reaction just goes, I told you I'd hit you where you hurt. You're muted.
Shit. I'm going to do my multi-attack. I got a 30, a 24, and a 30.
They will all hit.
Okay. And I'm going to...
In a frenzy, Ildry lashes out, claw, and then bites in again at Kosuss's neck. Your damage, please.
27 biting his neck.
27 piercing.
That would be 12 plus 1.
32.
32. I want to aim for his eyes. I'm just going to claw
Okay,
aim for his
32
eyes.
slashing, and your final attack damage on that last.
32 altogether.
Oh, 32 altogether? Okay, cool.
2d6 and 2d6, so I just
Cool.
added it.
So he is looking bloody. You scratch at his face, and you open up a large treble wound from just below his left eye, right through under his jaw, down into his neck. And he is breathing heavy. He's looking pretty bloody. He's
Yeah.
starting to get tired. You can see it. But he's also relentless. You can see it in his eyes that he's just mad. He's not going to quit.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going, Ali, kill him! That's it for me.
And with that, there's now your turn, Alessandros.
Okay, with the move that Ildry did, I would have, if it's at all possible, I would like to have tried to shadow step to the back
Certainly can.
of Kosuss.
That would be easy enough to do. You're at 60 feet of movement. Once you are there, you will need to make a dexterity saving throw as he tries to shake you off.
With a 23.
Make a quick pick here. Strength roll for him of a 28.
Oh, shit.
So as you land on his back, he feels you there and he just shakes violently. And amongst all his attacks, you will be thrown from his back. And you're only about 25, 30 feet in the air, so you will be thrown off him. You do have the Ring of Featherfall still, I believe.
Yes.
So you will take no damage, but you are now on the ground. Correctly, but put you over here.
Am I able to do an attack still?
Would have been action to... Oh, no, it's just an ability, isn't it? Your Shadow Step?
Yes.
So yeah, you can still attack. You've still got your action to attack. And you are within 25 feet of him.
Alright, so I'll use the bow. 31 to hit.
That'll hit.
9 piercing.
9 piercing.
18 force.
18 force. Second attack.
Second attack, 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Wrong one. 8 piercing.
8 piercing. And your force damage.
17 force.
Nice. He is starting to look ragged. You can see he's really having trouble holding himself in the air now. At the he made his tail attack at Namaris' turn, so he's used his legendary action this turn. Oh no, it's start top of the round, so no, he hasn't. So, as a legendary action, he is going to make a tail attack as he slowly descends, getting in within reach of Hit. Hit, he is going to attack you with his tail. As you are unable to make a dexterity saving throw, you will automatically get a death strike against you. And with that is now your turn, so you'll now need to make another death save, please. Cool. With that, Namaris, you're now up. Now, you're still flying. You don't have your D4s anymore, but you're still flying. You're able to move into him.
How far away am I from Hit?
You would be 60, probably 80 feet from his current position.
Hang on, didn't I fall out of the sky before?
No. You dropped, but you didn't drop completely.
Oh, okay, cool. Damn it, so I won't be able to reach him. Right, well, I'll go for...
You could use your action to dash to reach him.
But that's not going to help if I want to lay on hands.
No, because that's an action, isn't it?
Exactly.
I mean, you could still reach him, but you wouldn't be able to do anything until...
Yeah, okay, I'll go for Hit.
Seen Hit drop. Going to fly over and descend down to the ground to Hit's side. He is looking... He's got blood coming from his mouth and one of his ears, and he's not looking... His breathing is really shallow. He's not looking healthy at all. I'm
going to shield him as best I can until I can take my next turn.
No problems. Next up is Lord Corymn. Corymn sees what's happening. He descends down to Hit also, and he will cast, as he touches your shoulder, Hit, and cast Spear of the Dying, which will stabilize you and stop you from making death saves. We're now stabilized at 0 hit points and no longer making death. And Corym sort of looks up at you sort of from the ground and says, just yells out, "Someone kill that bastard!" And with that, he will then cast another spell, and he will... No, he won't. That is an action. Has he got a bonus action? Don't think he has. Yes, he has. He will, as a bonus action, cast Hex on the dragon, just in case. So Kosuss is now hexed. With that, Sadiq, it is now your turn. Fly into Kosuss, still being held aloft by Corym's spell, who has taken no damage during this. Kosuss does not seem interested in him at all. He really was focused on Hit this whole fight. Your attacks, please, sir.
21 to hit.
That'll miss. Second.
23 to hit.
That will hit.
That one. 35 damage.
35 damage. With that blow, Kosuss descends to the ground. Dust sort of rising as his large bulky form hits the ground. And you can see his breathing. He is breathing extremely heavy right now. His eyes look dull, but he's still holding on. And that is your turn, Sadiq?
Correct.
It is now Kosuss' turn again. Maris, you've placed yourself in between Hit and Kosuss. Kosuss looks at you, looks at everyone once again, does not recharge the fire breath, does not recharge the necrotic breath. Instead makes his 3 melee attacks against you, Maris, since he did not get to hit. Bite attack, 29 to hit. His claw attack, 26 to hit, and his other claw is a dirty 20. They all three hit. First one, 10 points of piercing damage half to 5. 12 points of piercing damage half to 6, so 11 total so far, and 13 points of slashing damage.
I was down after the first one.
So If you are down after the first one, you will be at 2 death saves as the 2 other hits hit you conscious. But Namaris goes down. And she has got some large open wounds. She is not looking good at all. That is Kosuss' turn. Ildri, it is now your turn. You can see what is going on. You can see that Kosuss is extremely hurt. On the verge of death, you would probably say. He is looking worse than Namaris at this point. He's looking pretty hurt. What are you doing?
I made a promise that I would not give the killing blow. So I transform into Fiela. And I mask cure wounds.
So Ildri
4.
descends to the ground and converts her form back to her humanoid form. Mask cure wounds.
For 11 only.
But that's
within
everybody.
30 feet. Yeah.
Everyone within 30 feet. So that is Hit, Amaris, Sadiq, not Sadiq, Elishandris. Sadiq would be the only one that would miss.
And I raise out my hands as a bonus action and I say, you'll have to target me if you want to get where my heart is, because I hold the egg of head and eye. And I'm hoping it's on him.
Ooh,
And I
roll an
them.
intimidation check for me with advantage.
While that's happening, I was away for a second. Did I get healed?
You did 11 points.
11.
So you are now conscious, as is Namaris.
Oh, shit. That was an intimidation check of 9. But wait, no, I'm not dragon anymore.
At
9,
advantage. At advantage.
11. Do I have an inspire or anything?
I don't know that you have. I think you used it already. So 11. He doesn't seem phased by your taunts. He is.
Move away to the side.
Yeah, he's
though.
still not looking very good anyway. He's looking pretty fucked up. Hit, as you sit up, Kosuss is pretty much right there. Namaris is
Yikes.
lying next to you. She is just woken up conscious as well. She is extremely wounded. You are wounded. Kosuss is right there. You can feel his hot breath. Both you can feel his hot breath on you as he breathes in and out. His breathing is heavy and laboured.
Okay.
He is wounded. Now, back to the top of the initiative order. Elishandris, you are on the ground.
I'm prone with Kosuss above me, I assume.
You're not prone. You had Ring of Featherfall, so you were not prone. But Kosuss is now on the ground in front of you.
In front of you.
Definitely within melee range. You have your parents' rapiers at hand also, I believe.
Yep. So I just drop the great bow.
Yep.
Take out the rapiers.
Charge into the attack. Make your attacks. You will get sneak attack on this attack because you have allies within 5 feet.
29 to hit.
That is a hit.
So that's 13 slashing plus
Sneak
2d.
attack damage.
Hang on. I'm getting there. Plus 6 from the bonus damage that the rapiers give.
Exactly, yep. And your sneak attack, please.
Is that 5 now?
Should be 5d6. Should say it on your sheet there. Be under your feats and bonuses.
Yep, 5 it is. 12 sneak attack.
Well, sneak attack. Elishandris, describe how you bring the mighty Kosuss to his inevitable end as you lunge forward with your parents' rapiers.
So basically, knowing where the heart is, I slice through to the heart with the twin rapiers, slicing the heart in half.
As Elishandris steps forward, feels the courage to attack an open wound. As you look up before you make the attacking and striking blow there, you look up and where Sadiq has hammered away at this dragon, see a broken rib and you can see the pulsing heart beneath the rib cage through the wound. Lunging forward with all your energy and might, you strike forward, piercing the heart with a single blow halfway down your blade, shoving the secondary blade in following it, and then just running it across as hard as with all the strength that you have, opening up a large fissure in the heart itself, spilling dragon blood all over yourself, all over the ground. It's hot, sticky, coppery, but it is satisfying. Kosuss lets out one final roar of pain as he slumps forward. You have to dive out of the way to avoid being crushed, but you're able to do so without too many hassles at all. Kosuss takes half a step forward, focuses on you for a moment, Ildri, and just for a split second, before his eyes roll back and his head slumps forward, tongue lolling to one side, his eyes change from that horrible sort of yellowy, orangey, red colour with madness and almost become clear. And you see Kosuss, the real Kosuss, just for that split second before that last breath leaves his body. And that will end our initiative, guys, and end this battle. As the battle rages around you still, you realize that as you turn and sort of look back towards the city and see a large hole in the wall, just maybe 150 feet to the one side of the northern gate, and see the bodies of soldiers scattered across the fields outside the walls. Not seeing many demons. What you're seeing is the remnants of demon bodies, ashen piles along the ground. As you turn and sort of, as Corym joins you and again looks around, Northern Gate is held. There's a small breach. Doesn't look like it's too major, but there's definitely been some activity. You're not sure what has happened. You're not sure how much or how many people have died at this point. One thing you do notice is the large rift that Kosuss came through slowly starts to close and diminish. By this time through the battleless fight, you're now in the wee small hours of the morning, 1, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. Air has gotten bitterly cold, but the battle has ended. As far as you are aware, you potentially have saved Paradym from a fate worse than death. At this point, you're not 100% sure. But that's where we're going to call our story tonight. We're going to pick up the end of the story and the epilogue next Sunday night, guys. Unfortunately, Nomaris won't be able to be here with us. I will talk to her and get her Nomaris' history after the fact. After we get through the epilogue, she will tell us what she is going to do.
And with that, can I disappear?
Yes, because you've got an early start tomorrow, and so does Het.
No, Het does not.
Het? Oh, you're good.
Het's got the day off.
That's right, you got a public holiday, but Nomaris is working, so she's got to take off and hit the hay. Got an early start.
Guys.
Thank you, Nomaris, for hanging out with us. Thank you for telling the story with us. And we will readdress Nomaris a bit later.
Alright, night guys. Bye.
Good evening, guys.
Night, nutty.
So, we will do our usual. We'll go, because the others are here, we will be able to go around and get some moments. I will invite Neon back briefly as well.
Savage is on too. It's been in the chat.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, hey Savage. I don't have his Skype, unfortunately. I do. Or could have it then. So, Mr. Neon, if you would like to pick up the phone, sir, and rejoin us. Oh, did he donate? Well, here's the donation, dude. I missed that. I was busy in the thing and the stuff. I appreciate it. Savage, do I have your... I don't know that I have your Skype. Used to, I think I might have removed it because of stuff today. But anywho, we'll get Savage in the chat anyway. It's not a big issue. Azalan did survive. So Azalan, as you guys briefly, you head back towards the city. You see Aslan battle worn. Bash survived also. Most of the militia survived. In fact, that gate held. Demons and fiends and that did make it into the city, but not via the eastern gate. They came through a breach in the wall, and the militia, as well as the mercenaries that Aslan has been leading this whole time, managed to repel the bulk of the attack. A lot of people have perished in this attack, but it seems not enough to fulfill this prophecy. As you guys head back to the northern gate, the gates opened, and a whole bunch of soldiers and townspeople now heading towards the northern gate and sort of cheering and whistling as you guys walk back towards the city. Aslan meets you at the gate along with Bash and several others. Again, Aslan's got a few battle scars himself. He's got a few wounds. You can see his armor's covered in blood, probably not all of it his. Bash has got a large scar coming from a large wound open from his shoulder across his chest. It's torn most of his armor, but again, he's got a big grin on his face. He's survived. He's happy. He's killed a lot of demons. He's almost elated. Say,
Just as a note, DM.
yes.
Het would have sat up, patted the big red corpse on the head, fired the little crossbow money shot in its face once, and then he would have held up Scully and said goodbye, and he would have disintegrated the corpse.
Fair call. And because you have disintegrate on your new gem,
On Scully, yes.
so we will say there would have been no save required. The corpse would have been turned to dust, which probably would have happened anyway, as Kosuss was no longer just a dragon. He had very much turned to a fiend and joined the rest of ashen corpses, or the ashen marks across the battlefield in the city, as these demons' imperial bodies would have back to the hells.
Sweet,
Sadiq.
just making sure.
Yeah. So Sadiq, the one thing that you will know with your research and with your abilities as a blood hunter and your training as a blood hunter, you know that Kosuss is probably not dead in that sense. He is now dead in the material plane, regenerate, along with every other demon that was killed on the battlefield. That will take some time. Don't know when or if he'll be ever able to cross that, breach that veil again, but it is possible.
I don't know where exactly he is. So
You do. You know he's in the hells. You're not sure which layer, but he's definitely there.
He's there
Somewhere. I mean, his soul is there. It needs time to regenerate its body, obviously. That could take months, weeks, years. You know,
Probably getting an ass kicking from his boss because he failed.
anything's possible. So as you all eventually make your way back to the city and unite with some of your friends and allies, the horns are blown across the city again, this time not an alert, but in celebration, as eventually the attack on the city ceases. These demons and fiends are either repelled back or they just slowly dissipate and disappear. So, with that, again, like I said, we will pick up pretty much from there next week. We'll do some some epilogue stuff, and we'll do some history after the fact for players. I will catch up with you guys between now and then. So you guys will need to write a basic history of what happens to you guys in the months after this event. There will be some RP next week dealing with certain things that will be offered to the players. I have got some offers on the table. Obviously, Electronis has already been offered to run the newly formed Scorpion spy network for the city of Valonde by Garrick. Ildri is at the moment High Lord or Lord Commander of the Dragonskull Militia. She is actually going to be offered another position by Lord Corymn, as will Het and Zeke and Aslan. So will Neymaris. So with that, we will just quickly go around the chat, around you guys here, and get some moments from you. Chat, if you've got moments that stood out from the battle or the role play leading up to the battle, put them in the chat. We'll read them out if we can. So we're going to start with Alessandris first. Any moments from tonight that stood out for you?
Well, the plans I was making in my head just never happened. So,
Like I said, your plans were solid. I mean, I understand exactly what you were trying to do. And it would have been cool if you managed to do it, but ultimately it kind of worked out. Lucky. But definitely some dice rolls went in your way. I think if Corym wasn't there, Het would have died.
yeah.
100%.
So yeah, moment, Het in the frigging hospital. I'm glad I put a knife to it.
The money shot.
Yes.
That was awesome.
That's it.
This is why we have a ending spell. So, Sadiq, moment from you.
Ali's huge to hits, itty bitty damage. But yeah, they were good. Then Het's little thing of Namaris is there falling.
Yes.
Get back to life.
Fall out of the sky, potentially die. Stand up.
Yeah. Before you hit the ground. Added bonus. And then, having Aslan show up, that was pretty cool too. And Yanti's little step in and, you don't touch my baby daddy.
Definitely.
And yeah,
fuck you, asshole.
My daddy, leave it alone. So, yeah, that was good. Next person, please.
No worries. And Ildri, moment or two from you.
I like our little shower of coins that we all did together as a group to prank Het, and he still got it in the basket. So, and I like Corym's spells; they were pretty good. The hex and all the other things.
That's a level 8 for you. Level 18, 100%. He had 30 spells. Tried the Feeble Mind, but the Legendary Resistance altered that. But if that had gone off, that would be battle as well. Luckily, I remembered the Legendary Resistance, because that could have been a real short fight. Because for 30 days, Kosuss would have had an intelligence of 1. Anything else, Ildri? Oh, Azalan, since we're here, anything that stood out from you while you were here, sir?
Every single thing that Het did for RP. Just all of it. It is just hilarity. Every time he opens his mouth. Absolutely fantastic. And I didn't die, which helped.
And you didn't die. I made a couple of rolls. You came close. Definitely got hurt.
It's always close.
So did Bash. Close. Yeah, Bash got hurt quite badly, but he managed to brush it off. He's probably going to have. You're all going to sleep really, really well after this. Yeah. So, Het, moment or 3 from you, sir.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Aslan. Appreciate the good words. I always try to make a bit of, Het tries to make a bit of humor. Oh man, tonight was crazy. 2 main things I enjoyed. The first one is death always makes it cool. I know it shouldn't, but as a DM, I always think it's more fantastical when people are dying, and having Namaris and myself both reduced to 0 was cool. It makes the heat of the moment feel better. Of course, I don't love it when it's me, but hey. And the second thing for me, I was just impressed with how Yildri played. Not Yanti played Yildri, but how Yildri, the character, played throughout that entire thing. It was, just working for the dragon. She was doing the right things. It felt like she was playing her character, which was cool. And everyone does, but just for me, I was concentrating on what she was doing. Trying to think about that egg the whole time.
And I think too, with the way Ildri played as well, choosing not to take that killing blow when she said she'd never. She said at the start she wouldn't do it, and stuck to it, and changed her form and made sure that you guys survived, which I thought was a paramount point, allowing Alessandris to avenge her parents ultimately by dealing the final blow to Kosuss himself, which I thought was really freaking cool. But yeah, again, the whole battle, just the dynamic of the group. Obviously, the fly spell from Corym aided the group to get the two melee characters into combat, because I feel that without that, no way in hell you guys would have come close to them up there. I don't think you would have made Kosuss. Alessandris' attempt definitely helped if you were able to get to Kosuss' back with the immovable rod. Definitely would have been able to do something with that. Unfortunate to quite plan out that way. But again, just a great show, a great series too, guys. I mean, we've been going 23 months, give or take, almost 2 years in this story. We've gone from level 1 to level 15, which is max level I planned for this campaign. We've obviously had a couple of our original players unable to continue, but on the upside to that, even though that was enough, been able to gain 2 new players, 1 brand new player to D&D for that as well. So,
just a question.
Yes.
What is Gillian dead by any chance?
No,
Just
he's not.
checking.
Gillian is not dead. Gillian survived. But whether you see Gillian again, I don't know. That'll be in the history. That'll be in the histories for the group. But as I said, the story has unfolded interestingly across the entirety of the campaign. Had some interesting moments. Obviously, the murder of Neymaris was a standout moment. The hammer incident with Inari, the Inari and the hammer incident was definitely a standout moment as well. But all sorts of different moments. The relationship,
that was the best.
the relationship between Ildry and Het, of course, developing over the campaign, and that was something that I didn't expect would happen. That kind of relationship blossom out of. Kind of cool to see that kind of personal bonding between characters, especially someone who's never played before. This is one thing I have to stress. Yanti has never played D&D before this campaign. This is her first time playing D&D, and I think she played an exceptional character and with roleplay. This campaign. As much as she thinks she hasn't, and as much as she is hard on herself with her roleplay and her character design and everything else, I think she's. And it was her idea to be Ildry the White, so he came to me with that and said, "Hey, wouldn't it be cool if?" I thought, "Fuck yeah, definitely." Worked out so well. So again, I thank all the players for hanging out with us prior to this campaign. Glad to see no one died. It would have been cool if someone did, but
it was dicey. I had 2 down.
It was close.
It was 2 down.
So was Neymaris. if it wasn't for Het's spell, Neymaris would have been 2 down the moment she hit the ground. So it was extrememely close. So we've got a few things in the chat here. Let's go back. Where are we? The Iron Maiden references throughout the campaign. Tracks, definitely there was a lot of music references, not just Iron Maiden, but a whole lot of bands. Grim says, Ildry not taking that final hit, but trying to get Kosuss to pay attention to her instead of her companions. Also did. Dame Mordan says the elk play, which is a healing spell. Just awesome. The whole thing was. What else we got here? Hit checking the dead body. Oh well, that's good.
I was for sure that thing was getting back up.
Dude, he fell 80 feet after taking. He was already dead before he fell off the dragon, and then he fell 80 feet. He was pretty well.
It's actually 2 plans of mine you thwarted there because if I hadn't been frightened, my plan was to get close and put him in the bottle earlier on. And my second plan when
the dragon Kosuss came towards me was to do disintegration. Then when you said he was pretty hurt, I was like, here comes disintegration, and then oh no, reduce to 0. So
well, I say it was a fun
plans
fight.
for today, Ellie.
You always get a hammer to finish the job. Exactly. So, as I said, guys, that amazing show. This VOD will be up usual time in a couple of days' time. The final VOD will be up on the YouTube. So, if you want to rewatch the campaign in its entirety, every single episode is up on YouTube. This is the final episode, episode 70. 70 shows, 73 and a half hour, 4-hour shows over the last years. A little sad to see the campaign, but at the same time, we have a multi-shot coming up in a few weeks. Let's say next week we're going to do the epilogue and some histories. The week after, I think, Bounty are away, which is first. The week after that, we're going to come back again and do a Q&A. So as many of the players as we can get type again. We will jump in stream and get as many as you guys in the chat as you can. Come and ask some questions. Ask some questions of players about their characters, what made them do it, or character choices, story choices. Come and ask me anything you like about the campaign, the building. Basically, just a Q&A with the chat. Come and ask us whatever you want to ask us about the campaign characters. And best to answer the question.
And before anyone asks, my trap finding ability is awesome. I don't care what you say.
Well, technically, you found every trap.
Yeah.
The way you found them is the question. Is the thing here. I mean, you found every trap, but I think you found every trap with your face and not with skill required to find it. But like I said, guys, come and hang out with us and ask some questions about things like that, about the campaign. We're just going to have a general discussion about the campaign, how you guys felt about the campaign and your characters, your character growth, about the DMing and all that sort of stuff. Yarty still has Gillian questions. I think everybody does. So if you can come and hang out with us, that'd be awesome. As again, keep an eye on the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, !Discord in the chat. We'll give you the Discord address. Come and join the Discord. Ask any questions in there if you can't be with us on that night as well. But that'll be it from us. I think we should probably raid, shouldn't we? Have a look. Germany. Got some mentions here as well. We got Denizu20 with a follow. We got Savage with the 8-month resub. Cheers, buddy. Appreciate it. We had a lot of Lux and inspirations tonight, guys. That is awesome. At Blake with a follow as well. Era with a raid. You guys are awesome.
I think I actually finished the campaign with 2 Lux and 2 inspirations.
Oh, did you?
I didn't get to use. Plus a DM inspiration that I've had from the beginning.
I think you've had that from the very first time you joined the campaign from me.
Yeah, I haven't used it yet.
That was crazy. Cool though. Great. Dreaded GM playing. Should probably rate another D&D place. I'm giving all your channel points to Inspire on Emily. No, you can't give your. And we got Aussie Dev Fro. They've been running for 2 hours. 6. Yeah, we'll give them running for a couple of hours. Raid tonight. They are playing Cold Down Under continues. What? Homebrew or not, but we can raid them. Aussies pass on Dev from our own raid earlier. Call it 5 to 12. I have to be up with a child as well. Don't sleep. So, guys, we will see you next week for the epilogue and the histories, which will essentially be the last episode, but it'll be named the epilogue. It'll go up on YouTube as well. But come and hang out with us to get the final installment of this story and a little bit of role play to finish out the campaign. It's been awesome having you guys here. We will see you guys next week.